Good morning, wishing everyone a very good morning. Look at what we have. Shoulder period arrival, BA15 from London Heathrow via Singapore Changi, British Airways. On their Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Period arrival, BA15.
Catering company, left. Good 15, left golf, 12.5, good morning. 125, yeah, well. Catering company, left.
Yes, that is BA15 on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, British Airways. Won't be too long before we end with the curfew, and we are done. That's the second plane that has just come in. The first one was Qantas that came in from Singapore Changi, the Airbus A380, and we happened to see them. As they arrived, but that is it. After they arrived, they went to the gate, and we had just started setting up at that stage. Hopefully later this year we may be able to catch them when it's nice and bright. Of course, we are getting daylight much more earlier now. I do believe the sun rises today at 6:48 a.m. Having said that, wishing everyone a very, very good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. First aircraft of the day, as we can see, British Airways, and we'll just have to wait another 22 minutes for the crazy arrival peak to begin. Having said that, let us pan around and show you. There is Emirates A380. Yep, there you see, right bank center of the screen. They will be pushing back for their flight, 14.5-hour flight to Dubai, and just on their left, the Singapore Airlines Boeing 777. They will be departing later today as well, somewhere after 7 a.m. for their flight to Singapore Changi. So yeah, that is what's gonna happen. So have a good one, and what we will do is just play some nice relaxing music until the time we are ready for the arrival and departure action. You can see on screen that is British Airways just coming in, and yeah, seems to be all good for us.
230 knots and public sea level restriction 684.
I'm not too sure if we should zoom in more. Yeah, it just worsens the quality, but I don't think we need it because we are quite zoomed in regardless. Anyway, have some great time, enjoy the music, and let us begin at 6. That is 20 minutes from now. A very good morning to everyone. Good very morning. How is everyone doing? We are live from Sydney Airport. Today is the 3rd of August 2026. Woohoo! Let's get ready. We already have our first pushback for the day. That is Emirates for its 14.5-hour flight to Dubai.
Red Oscar, Sydney ground approved by Charlie to be... Red Oscar. Sydney ground approved by Charlie to be... Copy. Runway 34 right, connect.
Hello everyone. Wishing everyone a very good morning from here in Sydney. To all of our viewers joining us from the United States, Canada, Mexico, South America, wishing you all a very good afternoon and very good evening. To all joining us from the European continent, the UK, good evening. Hoping you all are having a wonderful Sunday evening. I'm pretty sure some of you may have had dinner, some of you will just be around the corner to be having dinner. For those of you joining us from Dubai, UAE, wishing you a very, very good night. 11:57 p.m. in Dubai at this very moment as we speak. To all joining us from Japan, Vietnam, China, India, Singapore, and the good almighty Australia, wishing you a very, very good morning. Welcome to the live show today on Monday, 3rd August 2026. 58 minutes past 5. The first arrival we will have is QF44 coming in from Denpasar on the Airbus A330-300. It's going to be one of the very many A330-300s that we see today of Qantas. So if you miss out on one A330, please don't be sad because you're surely going to get another one. What we see on screen is Emirates, its flight to Dubai, EK415.
34 right, expect independent visual.
59 minutes past 5. 1 more minute for curfew to end. We have QF44 on finals coming in from Denpasar on their A330-300, registered as VHQPG. Age of the aircraft 22 years old. May of 2004 is when it was delivered. How is everyone doing? Hoping everything's well with all of you. QF44 will be followed by CX111 coming in from Hong Kong. And EK412 Dubai to Sydney. Yes, that is an A380. So let's get going. 6 o'clock at this very moment. Curfew has ended. Woohoo! Welcome to another active day here at Sydney Airport. It's going to be one hell of a day. A busy one. And we are going to enjoy each and every flight that we see out here on the live show. That is JQ501 Sydney to Melbourne service.
654,
Having said that, QF44 that's coming in from Denpasar that I mentioned earlier, they are about to touch down on runway 34L. We have today the star of the show, that is the Flagship retro livery of American Airlines. That will be arriving in maybe about an hour's time or slightly less. Having said that, let us get ready for the first arrival, the first heavy arrival of the day, Qantas QF44. There it is, we see on screen. Woohoo!
They want a wind check. It's 3 reasons, 5 months continued. Activate kick off. 744, thanks for the speed. Let's run right to Alpha 126. Good morning.
What's next for us? CX111 coming in from Hong Kong on the A350-900. They just flew right up over our head about, I would say, 7-8 minutes ago. Good morning, wishing everyone a very good morning. Thank you very much for joining us here live at Sydney's Kingsford Smith Airport, Sydney's current airport. And of course, we will be bringing a bit of action before Sydney's new Western Sydney Airport opens up to the public on 25th of October this year. So stay tuned for that. We will be bringing it maybe in the next few weeks, I believe. We do have quite a few visits planned out there, so stay tuned for that one. Hey, good morning, Andrew. Good very morning. How are you doing? Thank you very much for joining us yet again. Third day in a row. Thank you very much. Appreciate your presence, Andrew. Right, we have shifted our attention from QF44 that just came in from Denpasar, and right now EK415, they will be taxiing all the way to runway 34 left for their flight to Dubai. CX111, that is Cathay Pacific CX111 from Hong Kong on the A350-900 have just touched down on runway 34 left. We will be able to see them shortly on screen. We will pan around when they get a bit more visible from behind the bushes. And yeah, I do believe they are there. There you go. Not too long before we get some daylight, so stay tuned. We'll see all of these planes making their way out later in the day, which is about 2.5 hours from now is when they will all be rushing to get out of here.
Continue on Alpha, holding point Alpha 6, runway 34 left. AG914 on Yankee, cross runway 25, taxi Juliet, hold short Alpha. 5 Juliet, hold short Alpha, 9.
Lovely CX111, the second arrival of the day, and here we are with Emirates taxiing in nice and slowly. Still have about maybe 5 to 7 minutes before they end up on runway 34 left for their takeoff roll. What do we have next? EK412 coming in from Dubai. They are on finals. We will see them right now, and we will see them also later in the day as they depart. I think just before 9 when they do depart to Christchurch. Having said that, we are at Shep's Mound, so we may not be able to see the rotation, but we will just see them as they are climbing up into the sky. It's going to be a wonderful one. We've captured them very many times from here, from Shep's Mound, and it's never disappointed. In fact, it's never a dull day here at Sydney Airport. Good morning, Brian. Good morning. I do believe it's evening out there for you. So yeah, good evening to you. Yes, Brian. We wanted to capture the first arrival after the curfew, which we just did. Just 2 planes have arrived right now. Qantas QF44 that came in from Denpasar, Bali, and CX111 Cathay Pacific from Hong Kong. Of course, we captured BA15 British Airways that came in from Singapore Changi. They do come from London Heathrow via Singapore Changi, but they do arrive usually before the curfew even ends, shoulder period arrivals. So under those strict exceptions is when they arrive. And yeah, we are getting daylight, so it won't be too long before we get some nice bright daylight over us. And the Emirates brothers, this is the Emirates departing. This is the Emirates that has just arrived. Woohoo! Yeah, Emirates tails. Very nice. So busy already. Andrew says, Fiji on the move. Yeah, let's capture Fiji. Sometimes Fiji Airways starts taxiing even before 6. So, exactly at 6 they can begin their takeoff roll. Today they seem to be a bit pushed back. They seem to have pushed back a bit late, which is fine, not a problem. They usually cover up. It's just a minor difference. It's only 6 or 8 a.m. So they do end up reaching on time, or even most of the time prior to their assigned arrival time out there at Nadi. Yes, indeed, Brian. 6 a.m. in the morning, everyone's rushing to be out of Sydney. Yeah, we will be getting this Emirates A380 as they are on their takeoff roll pretty soon. They'll be going to the end of runway 34 left, so we'll see them around. And where is EK412? Yeah, they've just arrived from Dubai. I've been on this service very many times, and it's a wonderful service. However, sometimes they could end up getting delayed at Dubai. Not for the very fact that they push back late or anything. They do push back on time. But what really happens is, Dubai being so busy, and then for the departures, they usually happen to use the center runway, and getting to that center runway is quite a task because, Dubai being so busy, there's planes coming in from all sides, from all the gates. So you can end up maybe spending about 40-45 minutes just trying to get to the runway. And that's what happened the last time I came in on that very same service. I think it took us 45 minutes. We left from the gate on time, and we were just holding short of the runway. That is the thing at Dubai. But having said that, I'm not trying to say that they are inefficient or something. They are very efficient, lovely airport, and on-time departures, everything. But yeah, at times during busy periods, especially in the morning, around that time, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, there are a lot of services to Australia and New Zealand. And likewise, early to late afternoon, you'll be having a lot of services to Europe. And then just past midnight, you'll be having crazy number of services all to the United States and Canada. Of course, that's how they schedule their services, so that the arrival time into wherever they are going to be arriving will be a wonderful one. Another A330 from Jakarta. Hey Brian, yes, that's EK412 that did come in from Dubai. Let me pan around to get a look for you. Yeah, there you go, EK412. They just come in from Dubai. Good very morning to each and every one of you. How's everyone doing? Thanks for joining us today, Monday morning out here in Sydney, Sunday, everywhere else in the world, or maybe most of the world. Let it be the United States, Canada, Mexico, South America, Europe. Yeah, it's all Sunday out there. It's Monday for us. People getting ready to work, and we are already working out here with the camera. Woohoo! Great Barrier Reef livery. Oh, Brian, that is lovely. That is lovely. You flew on EK412. How good is that? Woohoo! That's very nice to know. I really love it when someone mentions it that way to us, that they have flown on the same service that we've flown. It really feels good. Just yesterday, we had someone say to us that they are flying on an A380 of Singapore Airlines from here in Sydney to Singapore, and then onwards to Tokyo Haneda on the A350 of Singapore Airlines, and that is exactly what we did couple of months ago. So yeah, it felt good, and thank you very much for sharing with us, Brian. Really appreciate it. MH251 Malaysia Airlines from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, on their A330-900, one of the brand new A330-900s. When I say brand new, they are still about like maybe a year old, 2 years old, but they look nice and shiny. We'll be able to see how much they shine later today. Yes, Brian, that was the 321. That was indeed the 321. Good morning, everyone. Good very morning. Wishing you all a great week if you all are already in Monday. But if you all are still in Sunday, I'm hoping y'all are still going to enjoy the rest of the weekend and have a wonderful, wonderful, superb one. It's pretty cold out here. It's chilly, 11 degrees. It shouldn't have been as cold because yesterday we started the stream when it was 12 degrees and we didn't feel a thing. But today at 11 we are feeling cold, and that's probably because there's this polar wind that's blowing across. Yeah, having said that, you all can see the sky. It's getting slightly less dark. That's because we are getting daylight already. It's still going to be another 15 minutes before we get reasonable daylight, and then maybe another 34 minutes before we end up having the sunrise. Yeah, you can hear the birds chirping. They are just beginning to wake up, I believe. But I beat the birds because I woke up before them. Woohoo!
41, forward, lead, posture, and 2 miles. Top of nose, one up to 3 4.
Alright, SQ221 Singapore to Sydney on their A380. They have touched down. We can hear them. Here you are, SQ221 on the Airbus A380, registered as 9V SKV. I've been on this flight, on this plane very many times. This registration, super wonderful. There's another one, 9V SKY Sky. Yeah, good to see them coming in, SQ221. They will be departing as SQ232 later today at, I do believe at 11 o'clock is when they'll push back. By the time we do end up seeing them on their takeoff roll, should be anywhere around 11:15, 11:20. Sometimes they push back late. I do recollect little less than maybe 2 weeks ago. They ended up pushing back at 11:25, and yeah, but it was a super fast takeoff roll. They didn't have to wait too long, just the taxi time included. They ended up departing around 11:40. But that's not to say they arrived late at Singapore Changi, because they usually make up for the time. Alrighty, this is an A380 that we just saw. Second A380 arrival, and now we are getting the first A380 departure, EK415. They are already on their takeoff roll from runway 34 left. We happened to see them earlier today as they were taxiing to runway 34, as well as when they pushed back. That's when we featured them, and now we will be getting them on their takeoff roll. Let's go for it. Put your hands together. Wow. How good is that? Oh, let us just capture Jetstar with its new livery. Another one for us. Another one, Brian. Let us just see if we can capture some departures from this side. Not really the takeoff rolls, but yeah, we do get them. Later in the day, as the sun rises, we'll just be getting the silhouette effect. So there won't be anything that we will even able to reasonably capture.
Runway 34 left, QE1, 454, 59.
And this is our good old ATC. Qatar Airways.
641, holding close, 641 to me ground. 25, that's the 671 to 530.
Good morning everyone. Welcome to the live show today. Monday morning out here in Sydney. We do have Japan Airlines JL51 that has arrived from Tokyo Haneda. Woohoo! And yet again the One World livery. We caught them yesterday with the One World livery. This is the exact very same plane that went out yesterday, and they have arrived today yet again. Just 2 hours on the ground there at Tokyo Haneda, and then they end up coming back to us. That's the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Span around Batike from Denpasar, the vanilla plane that I say.
Japan Air 5125, cross runway 34, then vacate Golf 1, T1.
I'm pretty sure this Japan Airlines, they would have flashed their landing lights once the pushback was complete at Tokyo Haneda. We featured that phenomenon on our channel a little less than 6 months ago at Tokyo Haneda, and we plan to do it again as well when we'll be at Tokyo Haneda. Of course, you can see it only in the night time, because nighttime it's so dark and you are able to see the lights flashing. During the day as well, they probably may be doing it, or maybe they just wave out, but we can't really see much. But having said that, we'll give it a go this time. We'll probably try zooming in and see if we can capture that action.
171 on Alpha, enter runway 25, turn left, follow Japan Airlines, vacate Golf 1, A73.
Flight 50 cross runway 2 and Foxtrot Bravo.
Foxtrot Bravo.
Neon Golf Foxtrot Charles.
Hey Lot, good morning. How are you, Lot? Thank you very much for joining us this Monday morning. Really appreciate it. Thank you. How was your weekend? Hoping everything went well. And thanks for joining us. I do believe that's the 3rd day in a row. Thank you.
6,000 for runway 82.
We just saw Batike, the smaller plane, 737 that came in, and now we have the A330-300 out here. Lovely. Nice to know a lot. Thank you very much. And no worries, really, you know, we had a bit of time, so we thought we'll just do it. Because we did promise our viewers that we may come in to stream on Tuesday or Wednesday this week, that is tomorrow or day after. But then, yeah, last night as we were reviewing our schedules, it did seem to be that it may not be possible, considering the fact that we may end up getting a bit too busy. So we thought we might as well just do it on a Monday morning. And that's how we are here. Thank you. Good morning everyone. Thank you very much for joining. We are here at Sydney's International Airport. Good morning, Hapsy. Good very morning. How are you doing, Hapsy? Hoping everything's well, and thank you very much for joining us this early in the morning all the way from Japan. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Lovely, and let us see K401, and there you go, K401 Korean Air coming in from Seoul Incheon with their nice Pepsi livery, Boeing 787-10. Yeah, thank you, Hapsy. Indeed, it's a beautiful morning, a bit too cold, 11 degrees, it's freezing out here. Yesterday we started when it was 12 and we didn't feel a thing. But today seems to be a different day. Different feels. And now that we are getting a bit of daylight, let us pan around, have a look at DHL. Delta DL41 that's coming from Los Angeles. We'll see them later today depart. And then there's Qantas. Now, having said all of it, yeah, Qantas from Manila. Forgot to mention that. Yeah, having said that, the star of the show today is going to be the Flagship livery, the Flagship retro livery of American Airlines. We should be getting them pretty soon out here. They are on finals, and VA549 Sydney to Perth service. They are on runway 34. What's happening there? Come on, don't make them go around. 150 feet, 100 feet. Alrighty. Not too sure if they'll be going around. As per flight radar, that is what we see. Let us see. We'll get to know a bit more. Okay, I think that should be fine because Sydney to Perth service, they have begun their takeoff roll and we hear them. We do have Qantas's Yam Dreaming livery just hiding behind the bushes. I'll show you around. Yeah, we'll have this congestion because American Airlines is just around the corner. They are on finals. They will be arriving pretty soon. And that's the Yam Dreaming livery for us. That's coming from Vancouver, Canada. But let us get the star of the show right now. Flagship retro livery on screen. Woohoo! Where is it? Come on, show us your face. Show us your beautiful face. There you go. Flagship livery of American Airlines AA73. Welcoming it for the second time on our live stream. And no worries, Hapsi. No worries. Yeah, today is the third consecutive day we are streaming. And we actually streaming on Tuesday or Wednesday. But then we thought that we'll be slightly more busy than usual. So I felt that the best day would be today. And that's why we are here out today. No problem at all. Hopefully we can go to 4 and 5 consecutive days later in the year from Tokyo Haneda. Let us see if we can do that. Hopefully the weather serves us well. If the weather serves us and treats us well, we will be able to bring those consecutive videos. In fact, maybe 3 consecutive live streams during the day. Maybe the morning stream. Let us see. And if the weather doesn't treat us right when we are at Tokyo Haneda, we might as well just hop on a train and go on the Yamanote line. For whatever reason, I have really no idea. Maybe we'll just go to Shibuya and spend our time there until the weather gets right. And when the weather gets right, we'll come back to Haneda and get our live streams out. You never know what we'll be doing, but yeah, we will be crazy for sure. That is the full Yam Dreaming livery, and thank you very much, Hapsi, for using all of our emojis. I saw you already use the Vegemite. I'm so happy to have Vegemite on an aviation channel like ours. I'm pretty sure all of our new members will be wondering, why do we have Vegemite? Why do we have Milo? Why do we have Tim Tam? Of course, you know, Tim Tam is quite iconic to Australia, so people would probably not question it as much, but with Vegemite and Milo, they'll be. But that is what it is, right? It's all about food, all about planes, having some great food while plane spotting and stuff like that. Of course, at this very moment, we can't be having any food because it is blowing and it is freezing. But that's not to say that we will never do it. We will, of course, do it pretty soon, pretty soon. All right, LA 809 coming in. Previous weekend, we've been streaming, and we did mention airport, the new sushi stall that opened up, and we had the tempura chicken, the tempura don chicken, as well as it was a wonderful one. Maybe we'll post a picture later or something as one of our posts on YouTube. Sorry, did I mention tempura chicken? I don't think it was tempura chicken because tempura, nah, I think it was teriyaki chicken. But I asked one of my Japanese friends and they mentioned that that wasn't the case. But yeah, it would be something else. Cool, no stress, Hapsi. See you around. Apologies. It seems to be the internet is playing up today. Hopefully we don't get disconnected, but thank you very much for your patience. Really appreciate each and every one of you still staying with us. Thank you so very much. And yet another Qantas A330-300 coming in from Bangkok. VH QPA.
Runway 1, runway 3, Runway 2 to northwest, report. Via Golf 1.
Golf 1.
Custody Fog, taxi out of the cold short runway 25 check. Head of you to your right. Left up, go.
Okay, Delta Cost 25, then got a Golf 1. Report just 631.
QF82 coming in from Singapore, that is Qantas's Airbus A380.
That's 128 heavy number, money, runway 4 Mike. You can expect me to press upward. Because
The inbound space is in the lake 39, expected.
That's the CAN service. A321.
Good morning,
So 912, hold short runway 34 left.
760 Lama, full left.
Alright, we have the A380 of Qantas QF82 that's come in from Singapore Changi International Airport. Let us pan around and film them. Give them the screen time they deserve. morning, everyone. Wishing everyone a super good morning. 6:42 a.m. at this very moment, 3rd of August 2026. And we'll be having the sunrise in about 5 minutes now, 6:43 as we were speaking.
Good morning, taxi via Lima, Runway 340. Candidate 39.
Okay, with just those arrivals in the last 44 minutes, seems to be most of our gates are already busy. Japan Airlines, Korean Air, Singapore Airlines will be departing shortly. Here we do see a couple of gates out there free. Then there's Qatar. Behind them is British Airways, Delta, Qantas, Malaysia Airlines, Qantas again, Singapore Airlines A380 that came in earlier today, and then there's United. There's Qantas that has just come in from Singapore Changi. We are getting Juneyao Air coming in from Shanghai with their colorful Petals livery. Won't be too long before we see them out here.
Channel 12, line up 3 full left west.
One on Lima, cross runway 34 left, 6 runway 34 left.
This is the colorful Petals livery. Ooh, I think we've captured them a couple of times on our live streams, and yet again we are happy to get them.
Turn right on Alpha, for Juliet.
Press 34 left, right on Alpha for Juliet at Aviation.
Danielle 1669, go via Alpha, cross runway 25, international flight, space.
Taxi via Alpha, cross runway 25, then Golf, international flight.
Very nice. We will be able to see them depart later today, so I'm very happy because as they depart, we do have much more daylight. As you can see right now, we have daylight, but there's no sunrise as such, as well as there's quite a bit of cloud cover that we can see all across. Hopefully the cloud cover would move to the other side. I do believe, because we are having winds as such.
Give way into 320 under 2 Bravo 4. Color joint, you down. Saab 719, cross runway 2, Hotel 0. 25, Hotel 0, velocity 625.
Righty, another United 787-9 Dreamliner. They're just coming from Los Angeles. We also have QF8 that's coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. They are on finals, the A380. So put your hands together for that one. It will be nice to get another A380. How many A380s have we captured today? 2 A380s already arrived. Singapore Airlines from Singapore, Qantas from Singapore. That's QF, not wrong. Towards service. We also had Emirates that came in from Dubai. Yeah, quite a bit of them. Okay, we do have Sydney to Adelaide service. You have 731 on the 737-800, which will be departing, and then we'll get another Qantas A380 that is coming in from Los Angeles. Ooh, look at that! I do believe around 8 A380s already. So nice and beautiful for us. Really appreciate that. Hopefully, you know, we can have these A380 services for quite a long time in the future, but we do know that that may not be the case. However, till the time we can enjoy Qantas's A380s and all other A380s, Singapore Airlines, Emirates, we will enjoy it. Hopefully we get Asiana Airlines A380 later this year.
Runway 34 right now, set departure, London transition for 4254, a 44-hour. What's the Good morning.
So Victor turn, hold short runway 34 left.
Oh, hold short 34 left. Sure. Product flight to weather cover. But club number 1. Lovely 625 number.
There you are. after a 14.5-hour flight. Hey Daniel, so the United flight is going to the gates. So we do have a couple of gates out there that side. Let me just get a bit more of this Qantas aircraft and I will show you. Usually that's the side of the airport that we cannot really see. However, when you do drive to the airport and you're crossing on one of those bridges just before you arrive, before you enter the airport precinct, you happen to see it. That's British Airways. They'll be taken to the remote gate. Yeah, so you see Japan Airlines out there with the One World livery. You have a couple of gates out there even behind them, so you just got to turn a bit. So yeah, United will be there until they do depart later today to San Francisco. Sorry, not San Francisco, Los Angeles. The San Francisco service is... where is it? I think we missed that. Oh, okay, there you go. We can see its tail. So, yeah. Qantas link. That was nice to see the E190 British Airways being taken to the remote gates. They will be pulled later in the afternoon. Of course, today we will not be capturing them because we may not able to see. Yes, Daniel, there is Delta. We did capture Delta. Where was it? Somewhere around here. Yeah, you see that? So there was Delta. Now, you know what? Behind Qatar Airways and Junair Air that we see on the other side, there is a lot of gap. So we have a few gates even out there. That is the thing. And then as you go ahead, these are all the heavy gates. You can see Emirates A380. They usually use those gates in the evening because we have two Emirates A380 departures to Dubai. Of course, they've changed it temporarily to the Boeing 777 as of now, one service. But yeah, the other one is always an A380. Just any other normal day, there's two A380 services of Emirates in the evening. Having said that, behind Japan Airlines, yes, there's more gates out there, and that is where one of the United planes are. Let us capture link. Alrighty, we are waiting for some birds. Till that time, let us have a look at these birds. And British Airways, where is it? There you are. Just behind DHL. In fact, I should say just next to DHL. And we have the beautiful sky with the daylight just coming in, 6:59 a.m. at this very moment. Nice, beautiful sky. It's going to get much more brighter for us in the next few minutes. Hey, aviation vibes. Hope you're well. Thank you very much for joining us. And we get it from AirNav radar. So you see on the left hand side, AirNav radar, you just go on the website, you put in the airport code. Of course, we put in the one for Sydney because we are here in Sydney. You can put airport code for any of the airports all across the world. And yeah, you get the URL, you paste the URL into your streaming software. And that's it, done and dusted. Hey Daniel, yes, you see it's 9 degrees right now. It should have increased, but the temperature is decreasing and it is quite cold. I'm wearing gloves and I can still feel my hands freezing. Yeah, it wasn't the case this way yesterday. It was when we did start, it was 12 degrees. This morning when we started, it was, I do believe, 10. It went to 11 and right now it's come down to 9. Having said that, even when we started off today, it wasn't cold. You know, you were just feeling the usual cold, but not to the point where it's like this cold as of now. But that's okay, not a problem. Maybe as the sun rises even much more, the temperature would increase. Let us see. As long as we don't get hit by that polar wind, we should be all fine.
4212, say your bay number. We're past the 4212, thank you. We're ready to push back. Back to 127.6. Okay, my right now for roll.
Okay, the Saab 340B Plus, we will be getting it. Sydney to Dubbo service of Rex. We can see it. Let us see if we can show it to you all on screen. Behind all of those mesh fencing. They will be coming past in front of us. It'll look nice and lovely. Hey, Jack, hello. Good very morning to you, Jack. Hope you're doing well. No worries, aviation vibes, no worries at all. And that is QF128 that's coming from Hong Kong. They arrived on runway 34 right and crossed the active runway, runway 34 left, and now they are on their way to Terminal 1. Yet another A330-800 of Qantas.
Land all night, descent to sir. All right, expected to benefit from this.
Good morning, sir. Runway 34 left. Canada 2 departure, squawk 6774, main 45 Alpha, 404.
Clear to come Kingsford 1. Thanks.
So that's your jet bus.
Perfect to check there. Come machine 1. Thanks.
Right, next confirm to you.
Runway 65 and down.
All right, AC33 Boeing 787-9, that is Air Canada coming in from Vancouver. So we'll get that. So 2 Vancouver services with the 787-9 Dreamliner. Earlier one was the YAM Dreaming livery of Qantas that we had captured. And this is Air Canada yet again with their 787-9.
There's a 5. What's wrong with you, 5?
Thank you, Jack. Thank you so much for sending across the lovely emojis. Really appreciate it, mates.
Have it go. National 5, space resource.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. We did see the Boeing 737-800. Sorry, the 737 MAX 8 of Virgin Australia that arrived from Denpasar. Let me pan around and see if we have them. Oh yeah, there you go.
Runway 51, version 8, sir, for strike. 501, good day, descent by down to 834 right, expecting into beneficial group. Any copy the right second and we'll cut 27 knots.
Hey Gerald, good evening, good night. Hope you had a wonderful Sunday, Gerald. Thank you very much for joining us yet again. Hey Gordon, hello. Thank you very much, Gordon. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we had some time today, so our third consecutive day streaming, and yeah, it's been a wonderful weekend actually for us, and we are quite happy that we could bring this live stream to all of you, and really appreciate you joining. Hope you've been well, Gordon. Thank you very much once again for joining us. Hope you are staying nice and cool out there. I heard on the news that it's pretty warm, just like the last few months, I would say now. But thank you very much for joining us. Really, really appreciate it. Always obey the law, and that is what it says, VH law. Righty, just waiting for a few more arrivals before we start off with all of those departures. Monday morning out here in Sydney. Office peak hour, all people going to their offices. You can see quite a lot of trucks making their way to Botany Bay, which is just behind us, and they will go to Port Botany, carry a lot of those goods that would have arrived on the cargo ships yesterday. We did see those cargo ships whilst we were streaming yesterday morning to about mid-afternoon.
On Lima, cross the 93 for left, and taxi outside 1 out the 6 from entry for left.
Nice to see Jetstar as well. So yeah, having said that, we do have quite a lot of these departure and arrival action. We've had quite a lot of arrivals already. We'll be having departures pretty soon. But this is not to say that there won't be arrivals. There will be arrivals here and there, but you know, the most of the peak hour arrivals and all of the arrivals that come in together is usually in the morning after 6, because here at Sydney Airport we have the curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. But the new Western Sydney Airport that we just visited on Friday afternoon does not have a curfew. So it remains to be seen when we end up getting quite a lot of that busy period out there at Western Sydney. We already know Singapore Airlines will be having their daily departing flight A350 at 11:55 p.m. every evening, and that is not something that would be possible out here at Sydney Airport, because Sydney Airport does have a curfew from 11 p.m. onwards. And one of our first Dash 8s, in fact the first Dash 8 on the live show today. Yeah, for those of you who are here with us on the live stream and y'all would love to be members, just go check it out. If y'all get the free option, we have quite a lot of members who have joined us in the last few days. They got the option to join us for free for a month. So if that's something that you all would love to do, please go ahead, and hopefully we can keep you entertained. Hey Alan, good evening. Nice to see you once again, Alan. Hoping you've been well. Thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it on a nice Sunday evening out there. Hoping you're staying nice and cool. Over here we are almost freezing. About a few minutes ago it was 9 degrees and now it's 11, but even before it was 9 it went up to 12. So yeah, the weather is playing up a bit here, but as long as it doesn't rain, we are quite happy. Thank you very much, Alan, for joining us. Alan joins us from the northeast of England, and having said that, we'll just pan around to show everyone British Airways. It's come from pretty close where Alan lives, right? Because that's British Airways. I mean, that's the closest we can get to where Alan lives. Having said that, Qantas link yet again for us. Ooh, a lot of Jetsstars all across today. Woo. I think we missed on that one. Missed out. Yeah, sadly we missed out. But no problem. We have quite a lot more. Hey, AvGeek Aviation, thank you very much. Good morning. Thanks for joining us, and thank you for sending across 10 gift memberships here on our channel. We really appreciate it. AvGeek Aviation, thank you, thank you. And to all who have received the gift memberships, welcome. I hope you all will be entertained with our gift memberships, with your gift memberships, and hoping you all will be entertained on our channel. I am pretty sure you all will be loving the live stream, and in fact we do plan to bring more of that action, especially from Western Sydney Airport. Not the live streams, but at least Getty images sort of thing, Getty videos sort of thing from outside the terminal. We did go earlier last week as in Friday afternoon, but it wasn't a planned one. So, you know, usually when you don't plan and then there's so much to cover, you don't end up doing much. And, you know, peak winter time as well. That means we did not get much of daylight. However, stay tuned, and thank you very, very, very much, AvGeek Aviation, for sending across the gift memberships. Thank you. All right, let us read out to each and everyone's name who have just become our new channel members. That is 3 random words: Zenman, Tracy White, SHB Motorsport Productions, Captain Andy R, Wendy Wilkinson, Ronan Faherty, Andy Baxter, and Richard Morris. Wishing you all a wonderful, wonderful time on our channel. And once again, thank you very, very much, AvGeek Aviation.
140, hold for runway 25. Okay, you're 3 cross runway 25, Charlie. 25, hold for you. Down at 08, water fluid, stay direct, keep up.
All right, we are a bit short of birds, the metal birds, so let us capture these natural birds. Where are they? Where are they? We just can't get them. All righty, we can't get them there. All of the rental cars out here. We did have a couple of people dropping their rental car this morning as we were driving to the airport, and then they were off to the terminal via the shuttle bus. Yeah, quite a bit.
Charlie, get 401.
What's your dealing? You better come after the Hawks runway 25. You better come the Hawks runway 25. What's your 40? Hawks runway 25, Hawks runway 10. Hawks runway 25, Hawks runway 10, lost the 404. by the 73, inbound to 8, down for that, 3 Bravo. Unit 1010, left heading 145. Civilian contact 21.7K. Bravo on Foxtrot, cross the main route left, towed by Alpha, International 325.
Alrighty, Singapore Airlines SQ212, they have pushed back. They arrived last night as SQ211. They usually stay overnight out here and depart as SQ212 the following morning, and that's what they are doing exactly right now. That's the Boeing 777-300 of Singapore Airlines that we just saw. Won't be too long before they are on runway 34 left for their departure to Singapore Changi, Terminal 3. F138 Christchurch to Sydney service has arrived on runway 34. We're able to see them.
Set the 401, don't worry about Bravo,
Runway, right on the Bravo, hold
Yeah, there you go.
Hold.
Whoa, we are shivering now. Ah, come on. So as you can see, there is the 737 here, and behind us is a Dash 8, and that's the reason you can hear their engines roaring. Of course, they are more sort of idling rather than roaring, I would say. Hello, hello. How do we pronounce this name? Is it Surge? Please accept my apologies if that's not the way to pronounce the name, but yeah, I hope you're doing well. Hello from Canada. So I do believe it's about afternoon time, depending on where in Canada you are, or maybe just about early evening. Thank you very much, Serge, for joining us here on the live show in Sydney. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I hope you've been having a great weekend, a great Saturday, and right now it's Sunday out there. Hoping you're having a great Sunday evening. And I do hope you're staying nice and cool, considering the fact that it would be a bit too hot out there, peak summer. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate it. All right, we have the greatest player in the rivals from the Bahamas. How good is that? Nice. I'm pretty sure greatest player in the rivals, you have a much better view than what we have out here. Of course, we have the aviation view, but you have the lovely beaches, the lovely, super lovely places all across. Wow, this low fares forever Jetstar. I just thought about it yesterday, and it had been quite some time since we last happened to see it. But yeah, finally, here you go. Woo, look at that. Haps has sent another gift membership. Thank you very much. Thank you, Haps. Really appreciate it. And congrats to Miab for getting the 1-month gift membership from Hapsy. So Serge, welcome to the stream, and thank you. Greatest player in the rivals as well. Hoping you all are having a wonderful one. Yeah, indeed, greatest player in the rivals. Australia is wonderful, yes, in terms of the natural beauty and all that we have. And, likewise, I would say the Bahamas. I have one of my friends who travels to Hawaii quite often. And, they will usually try making it to the Bahamas ever so regularly. And the pictures that I've seen, I tell you, it's like, you run out of words. You can say it's beautiful, you can say it's awesome. But I think it's much more than that. And for the very fact that you're from the Bahamas, it just reminds me of all those wonderful things, the wonderful places that I've seen. So yeah, I do hope you enjoy, and thank you very much for joining us here on Sydney Airways. Singapore Airlines Boeing 777-300ER taxiing to runway 34 left for its flight to Singapore Changi International Airport, and they will arrive at Terminal 3, no doubt about that. Yeah, I say that with confidence because usually Terminal 2 and 1 is used by most other airlines. Now, having said that, Terminal 2 and 1 can also be used by Singapore Airlines, but for the most part, SQ212 will almost always be at Terminal 3 because they have a quick and tight connection, as well as this aircraft needs to be rotated back to, I do believe sometimes they end up going to Frankfurt, if I am not wrong. Greatest player in the... Oh, sorry. We'll just go in order. So... Greatest player in the rival says Australia looks amazing. Yep, thank you very much. We went through that comment. Greatest player in the rivals also says you should go to Florida to make a flight for Western Air. Okay. I did not know about Western Air, greatest player in the rivals. But having said that, a few weeks ago, we had one of the ATC staff from Florida. He is actively working for the ATC out there in Florida, and he did mention to us that he would love to see us streaming someday from Florida. In fact, it would really be nice. Hopefully we can do it someday. Let us see. But yeah, I would really love to do it in Florida. Of course, we have plans to do it from San Francisco and Los Angeles Airport. We have only ever filmed from Los Angeles, never really streamed. I've mentioned that very many times. But yeah, hopefully in the near future. In fact, San Francisco was supposed to be this year in August, right now. But because of the war and stuff like that happened earlier this year, we were caught out because we did not book our tickets, and then ticket prices went crazy expensive, and then we dropped the plan temporarily, I would say, not permanently. We hope to get back to all of that action maybe early next year or so. Let us see how it works out. Alright, greatest player says they make flights from Miami to MYNN. Not too sure, MYNN. Which one is that? Your buddy online says there's a Vietjet landing soon. Oh yeah, sure. We'll be capturing that Vietjet. I'm just checking around. What is MYNN? Which airport is that? MYNN, Nassau Linden Pindling International Airport. Ooh, okay. We'll have to do that because, you know, apologies. Yeah, we'll have to do that because usually we are just around more of the established airports and more of the big hub airports, I would say. But yeah, would really love to do it someday in Florida. Yeah, greatest players in the rivals. We just checked it on Flight Radar. Thank you very much. Yeah, that is not something we would have thought of, but let us give it a go someday. Maybe in the future. We can't really promise, but yeah. Hey, Haps. Yes, indeed. Okay, so greatest player says I like to plane spot at MYNN. I'm pretty sure it's going to be nice and beautiful, I believe, right? I think I'll maybe go have a look at it later today and let's see how it works out. Perhaps, yes, it feels 9 degrees and like much worse because I am shivering at this very moment. I have my jacket on, I have my gloves on, but yeah, it doesn't look like anything is working well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let us see. I will go have a look at some videos on YouTube for MYNN later today when we are at home. Should be a good one for us. Alrighty, Paul Denino says car. Greatest play in the rival says maybe you have a chance to see USCG or a 747. Yeah, we would love to see a 747 passenger variant. Over here in Sydney, Australia, we do not get any passenger variants of a 747. What we do get is 747 cargo variants of planes, but not passengers. You know, we are actually thirsting for passenger variants. Hopefully we get to see them pretty soon someday. And there you go, Vietjet Air. Yeah, buddy, online. Here you go, Vietjet Air right in front of us. Woohoo! Okay, so you see the front part of the fuselage, it seems to be a bit more brighter. I think they have taken out the sticker from there. What could it have been? Maybe the Petrolimex sticker? I'm not too sure.
Good morning, taxi Alpha, runway 25, then taxi Yankee, Golf to Bay 5.
Okay, Coca-Cola livery. So they have taken out the Coca-Cola livery.
Short runway 25.
777s go to MYNN2. Okay, yeah, cool. That is cool. Look at what Paul said. Paul said what? Love that, mate. Love that. Thank you. Thank you so much for the laugh. Well, I'm not commenting on it, right? But thank you. Really appreciate it. Thinking there's any live cats in that Vietjet. I say nothing, mates. My mouth is zipped. All you'll able to hear right now is just the ADC audio. Alright, Melbourne to Sydney service QF406 that is arriving on the 737-800. On runway 34 left, but then we have Singapore Airlines. It's empty. They will be departing later today. We'll see them departing at 11 o'clock. They will be pushing back, but right now they have to go to one of the remote stands because usually we have quite a bit of gate congestion out here. As you can see, the 10th anniversary livery just behind Vietjet Air. Yeah, there you go, as it emerges. They are already waiting for their gates, so that's the thing. The other day when I arrived last Saturday into Sydney from Singapore, My plane was waiting on the tarmac for just about 10 minutes, but a few weeks ago we had one of the Singapore Airlines A380s, just like this one, that arrived at 10 o'clock and was waiting until 11:30 for gate, that is SQ231.
Behind the vacating 73 there, hold short runway.
Taxi via hotel, Golf 2, Golf 763, 73 on the base, pushing to 81.
Thank you, giving way to the busiest hotel, Golf. This is
Greatest bay in the rival says, but they only align with that 777 with probably a British Airways. Okay. 787s and A220s come to MY NN2. Wow, I would love to see a 787 as well as A220, maybe just a different background, right? Because we see A220s out here in Sydney. We see 777s, just like how we will see one of the 777 of Singapore Airlines that will be on its takeoff roll. But yeah, to have a different background, to a backdrop to it, a different airport, it makes quite a lot of sense. And then, new airlines, it really brings a bit of a refreshing theme all across. Your buddy online says there's 2 Rex planes landing. I do believe they would be landing on, there's one on this side, one on the other side. Yeah, we'll capture them because they'll be taxiing right in front of us.
runway 25.
All right, greatest player says we have rare planes here too, like super rare. Which ones are they? Please let us know, because I have not really seen very many rare planes, to be quite honest. Yesterday we happened to get an A340 out here, the departure. Again, we say rare because we here in Sydney, in Australia, we don't really get as many. Right, so for us that is rare, but I'm pretty sure there are very many rare aircraft in the world still flying, something that we may never end up seeing. So please let us know, and if you do have pictures of them, please post them on Instagram, tag us along, and it would be great to have a look. I don't think we have F101s. Oh, okay, so Paul's asking greatest player. Let's see. Yeah, if they do, I would be like, yeah, we need to have a look at it. Good morning, everyone. Good very morning. Welcome to the stream. And who do we have here? Regine, once again, welcome. How are you, Regine? Thank you very much for joining us yet again today. You were just out with us yesterday. Thank you. Regine says, welcome, hello, greetings. It's summer greetings from Midwest state, that's Chicago, Illinois. But I'm bored. 5 hours south Chicago. Yeah, I can understand. But I really appreciate it still. Thank you very much, Paul. Really, really, really appreciate you joining us. Yeah, don't be too bored. Maybe, hopefully, we can bring some sort of entertainment to you with our live stream from here. Hey, sorry, please, please refrain from commenting on any one country, because we all know, there's good and bad of everything. On one of our streams, we did mention about something that we face here as well, challenges. So yeah, let us just keep this a very nice place for aviation and stuff like that.
Behind the jet, 320 there on Charlie. Delta to Fox Stage.
All right, the A350-900, they will be on their way. That is Cathay Pacific A350-900, and here we have Rex just arrived, making their way to the terminal. Oops, should have stated I'm from 5 hours from Chicago, Illinois. Yeah, no, not a problem, Regine. Not a problem. I've never been to Chicago, Regine. Hopefully someday in future. Oh, Piper Aztec. Something that I would love to see. C-130 again, yes. We do get quite a lot of A350s, so we are quite used to it. But yeah, Piper, I would love to see those Pipers. And C-130, anyone's dream. Yeah, I would love to see it someday. Good very morning to all joining us from all across the world. Thank you very, very, very much. We hope you all are doing well this Monday morning and this Sunday evening, to all joining us from the American and European continent. Oh, really? That is nice. That is nice, Regine. Yeah, we do hope you can enjoy plane spotting with us. And your buddy online says, I saw an Air Force plane yesterday. That's pretty good. Yeah, we didn't happen to see anything as such. But yes, today the star of the show is American Airlines that arrived with their flagship retro livery. They arrived, I would say, a little less than an hour ago, and they will be departing later today, like past 9 a.m. So we will be capturing them, and it should be super lovely. Alright, Qatar Airways, they are being pushed back. They will be taken to the remote stand as well, because then they will be flying later today as Virgin Australia VA1 to Doha Hamad International Airport. Greatest player in the rival says, remember seeing a Dreamliner. Yeah, we do have quite a lot of Dreamliners out here. We had 2 Dreamliners from United, one from Los Angeles, another from San Francisco. There's quite a lot out here. Regine says, Queen of the Skies, Qantas. Yeah, sadly we don't have Qantas's any 747s, nothing at all. But yeah, we do get 747s from Cathay Pacific with their cargo, Atlas Air. We captured Atlas Air cargo on Saturday afternoon. We also captured UPS 747-8 Saturday afternoon. So it was nice. And hopefully we get Cathay Pacific cargo 747 today. Your buddy online says there's an Air New Zealand landing around 8:20. Cool, we'll capture that one. As long as they arrive on runway 34 left, we are always happy to get them, because you know they are right in center of us. But when they arrive on runway 34 right, we don't get any of the landing action. But what we do get is, you know, as they taxi around from here, we get to see them. Anyway, that's Qatar. They will be pulled to the remote stand, maybe somewhere around there. Yeah. And the 10th anniversary livery of Jetstar. It's been quite some time, you know, very many months that I've last spotted them. Of course, we've got them on our live, not on our live show, on our YouTube shorts, long form content, but it's been a while. I'm glad to see them back. And we'll just pan around on the back to the remote stands here. There's Thai Airways with their Star Alliance livery. You can see the tail. We happened to see them this morning when we were coming to the airport, and they will be taken to their gate pretty soon because they've got to depart as well later in the morning. Good very morning to each and every one of you. Thank you very much once again, and welcoming you to the live stream from a confused Sydney, because we don't know whether it's sunny or cloudy. So that's the thing. As well as with the temperature, you all can see We started off with 11 degrees, it goes to 12, then it comes down to 9, it goes to 11, now it's back down to 10. We don't really know what's happening, but we won't be complaining as long as it doesn't rain. Yeah, it's totally fine. New Zealand scheduled in a minute. No problem. We'll capture them. We do have Canberra to Sydney service. Yeah, there you go. They've just arrived. Link Airways yet again. And that is Batik Air, Sydney to Denpasar on OD 172, Boeing 737 MAX 8. That's a quick turnaround. We'll also see the Batik Air with its A330-800 making its way as well later today. Won't be too long before we see them because they did arrive like one after another this morning. And New Zealand about to touch down. Yeah, we do see them on screen, on our second screen, NZ221, Christchurch to Sydney. Should be getting them pretty soon. We do have QF4 Auckland to Sydney that already arrived and they are just hiding behind the bushes. In fact, they are waiting for way. As such, that's the 787-9 Dreamliner of Qantas. Oh, we should be getting them. Regine says, wow, what the link size plane I hear, 747, 737, 777. The link size? The link is quite small. They literally look like quite small compared to a 747 and any other plane, even the 737 or the 777s. Yeah, they're quite small actually. That's the A220-300 that's coming from Hobart. And now let us have a look at the 787-9 Dreamliner of Qantas. But we do have Cathay Pacific, so we'll capture them. Oh yes, we will be capturing Air New Zealand as they taxi past right in front of us to Terminal 1. We'll be capturing them. No stress.
Bravo to approach Foxtrot, contact ground 685. Looking for a corner. Taxi left on Bravo 1, Bravo 1, hold short, Bravo. Taxi on Lima 4, taxi on to Bravo and on Bravo, short, Bravo 8. Bravo 8.
Melbourne to Sydney service will just cross past in front of us. Yeah, there you go, Jetstar. Up soaring away, Grennan Whitetail. What was that aircraft livery? That was Cathay Pacific, just the regular livery, their standard livery regime. We did capture Cathay Pacific with their 80th anniversary livery a few weeks ago, but yeah, for today it was just the standard livery of Cathay Pacific. That is Buddy K for you.
New Zealand there, continue on Lima, hold short, for that. Continue Lima, hold short, for that, block. 1230, 49, ground 126.5. 126.5, block C. Common 162, common 126.5.
Alright, Qatar Airways on their spot.
Survey left to land 4.2. Holiday 40 taxi on Foxtrot. Sydney ground, Philippine to 11 and approaching Lima. Philippine to 11 ground, good morning, taxi Lima and Bravo on shore, Bravo 8. After Lima and Bravo 1, Bravo, hold short, Bravo 8.
Qantas Link landing very soon. Yeah, we'll capture that one. We do see Air New Zealand. They are just around the corner. We can see their tail ever so slightly. Yeah, there you go. And they'll just be waiting until they get clearance. And once they do, we will be able to have a very good look at them.
Red Whiskey, 25 Bravo, Bravo on short, Foxtrot. Yeah, I'll take that. All right, cool.
62 on Golf, cross the 934, see outside, international 3 to bay 31.
Okay, we do have the dash 8, so let us pan around, get the dash 8.
Sydney ground, push the bridge.
Okay, New Zealand has begun coming in front so we can get to see them.
73, sir. Are you there? You want to contact taxi to 9? Behind 7, 373 now. 221 Bravo, enter runway 5 on short runway 34 left. Enter 25.
Regine says, has the sun come up yet? Way across the oceans your way, Sydney? Yes, indeed. The sun has come up. Let me pan around and I'll show you once we get Air New Zealand a bit further off. It has come up, but it's a bit too cloudy today. We have quite thick cloud cover, but no rain prediction, so that is good, at least for now. Hey Scott, welcome. Scott says it's 4 p.m. here in New Mexico. I hope everyone's having a good day. Thank you very much, mates, and we do hope you have a good one too. A great Sunday evening. Yeah, so like you can see, Regine, most of the sky, the sun rises right like behind us. We see the sunlight out there, but if you look all across, we don't really have those blue skies that we are so used to in Sydney. It's like cloud cover all across, and that's the reason it looks very overcast. But for the most part, usually at this time, we will be having the sun shining nice and bright on the fuselage of the plane. Thanks. Thank you very much, Scott. Good morning to all joining us on the live show at this very moment. Thank you. Air Nagini with their 50-year sticker on the A220. Nice to see them. Will be nice up and close as they pass right in front of us. Your buddy online says there's a Garuda Indonesia scheduled right around here. They do come in from Jakarta as well as Bali. I think the first one comes in from Denpasar, Bali. We'll have a look at them when they do arrive. Yep, and this is Air Nigini. Yeah, not too long, 8:02. Right now it's 8:01, so just a minute away. Not a problem, Regine. Always happy to show you around with the sky. Like you can see even over here, too much of clouds. So yeah, we don't really see the blue sky for today. But Regine says, thank you for the skies looking nice there. We had a morning rain south of Chicago. Ooh. Okay, hopefully it's still not raining and it's getting nicer and brighter. But yeah, evening time right now. But yeah, as long as it doesn't rain, it's so much better because, you know, the moment it rains, I always make a joke about it out here in Sydney, that whenever it rains, no matter how much it rains, let's just say it rains for about 10 minutes and people forget the way they have to drive. You know, it's all chaos, and I'm hoping it's nothing like that out there in Chicago. Your buddy says it's scheduled in another minute. Ooh, what's happening out there? Let's see, we'll still get them anyway. Garuda Indonesia. We happened to get Garuda Indonesia with their Pokemon livery from Jakarta yesterday, and they departed to Jakarta as well. And we had one of our viewer who was traveling to Jakarta. They even commented on our very same live stream because we captured their departure, and they commented on the live stream once they arrived Jakarta last evening. We do have PR211 over here, EK412 pushing back for its flight to Christchurch, New Zealand, and this is PR211 that has arrived from Manila. Yeah, I do believe they'll get delayed, but yeah, we'll get them now. They've already landed, right? GA714. There you are. Hey, your buddy online for us, Emirates, it's not really rare because we see quite a lot of them. In fact, this morning we had an A380 that arrived of Emirates. That's the very same plane that's pushing back that we saw just now. After that, we do get this very same plane. Let me pan around. This very same plane will go to Christchurch. They depart from Christchurch about late afternoon and they reach here early evening around 6:30. And then this very same plane makes its way to Dubai. Hey, hi.
Is this the best place to watch an arriving plane? It's not really, is it?
If you want to watch the planes landing, like touching down, you'll have to go by at the base of that old ATC tower. You see the brick tower out there?
Yeah.
You have to go there because you can see the planes coming in right like from over the bay. So you'll get a very good view. And it's not too far from you.
How long will it take?
I think about 7 minutes. You just type in on your map the Planespotting beach.
Planespotting beach?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I should have
No. You'll get very good view. The only thing is when they tend to use the runways the other side, you won't get a good view because the touchdown happens from there. But as of now, if you go there, you'll get a very good view.
Okay.
Yeah.
Plane.
The Planespotting beach.
I'll have to... There, that one. 1.5 Ks.
Yeah.
Mascot. Yeah?
Yeah. It'll just take you about like 5 to 7 minutes, but you'll get a very good view.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. All the best. Alrighty, Philippine Airlines. Alright, having said that, we did have one of our viewers. They wanted to know the best place to get the action as the planes touch down and arrive. So we directed them to the Planespotting beach because that's the best place that you would get a good view of the plane as of now, considering its runway 16 operation. Apologies, runway 34, not 16. We are not using 16s today. We didn't use 16 even yesterday. Day before, it was runway 34 and then it changed to 16 whilst we were live streaming. So we got a good view of both sides of operations in New Zealand. Sydney to Auckland service on the A320. Alright, Scott says got a break in the weather, hundreds. they will be getting ready. All right, Air Nigini. Where is it? Oh, okay, there you go. We got to capture them nice and up close when they taxied in front of us a few minutes ago. Yes, indeed, Scott. The planes look super wonderful. They would have looked even much more wonderful had we to not have the cloud cover, and it would be nice and sunny. But let's hope the cloud cover does move around, because it does seem to be that we are having, like, we can see the sun out there. It's clearing a bit, but then for the most part, yeah, if we look towards the left, we do see the sun, the nice blue skies, not the sun. But over here, nah, not really. All right, Vietnam Airlines, Ho Chi Minh City to Sydney on their A350. Let us capture them.
Juliet, taxi go on shore Alpha. Taxi go on the Alpha.
We just got video bombed, I should say, because Vietnam Airlines, they just couldn't capture the full plane. Philippine Airlines A330-800. They are going to the gate. We will see them departing later today.
Engine Yellow 1670 Sydney delivery. Good morning. Clear to Shanghai Pudong via Stewie. Then flight plan route. Runway 3.
Thanks, Scott. Yes, you indeed are nice, and we all love planes. So we hope we can share the love of planes, and you get to see quite a lot of them through our live streams out here. In fact, thank you very much for joining us. We should be thankful enough to you. Thanks. And finally, Emirates A380 EK412 taxiing to runway 34 left for its flight to Christchurch, New Zealand. Ooh, there you go, Scott. Scott has sent us $5. Thank you very much, mates, for your generosity. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, hoping we can keep you entertained like I mentioned earlier. Really, really appreciate it. So let us see if we get Emirates when they do emerge from behind the bush during that takeoff roll, whether they are still on the ground or they will be in the air. For the most part, I believe they will be in the air because I've mentioned it very many times that they are quite light in terms of weight. So yeah, it may not be something that we may get. But having said that, it's not going to be that they're going to be too high up in the air as well. So we'll get a good view of them. Having said that, KE402 has pushed back with the Pepsi livery, Korean Air. We will be getting them. They will take quite some time, because they are just pushing back, then get clearances, taxi all the way to runway 34 left. So it's going to be a while. We can also see the tail of American Airlines with their flagship retro livery. So we've got to get them as well. It's going to be nice. They are the star of the show for today. Hey Reggie, not too many, I believe. I would just say somewhere around 1,000, or maybe let's just say to be safe, let's just say about 1,500 miles. Not too long. They're just going to Christchurch, which is about 2 hour 40 minutes, 2 hour 50 minutes, or at the max 3 hours and 3 hour 15 minute flight. If there is a bit of diversion or congestion as such, but for the most part, yeah, it's pretty good. It's going to be a very, very short flight for them. Yes, Scott, yes. Indeed, because we don't really want to discuss too much about politics and anything else here, whether it's religion or maybe stuff like that. Because what really happens is, over here, we have quite a lot of people coming in who love planes, just like you mentioned earlier as well, that you love planes. And a lot of people, they come, they want to talk about it. If there's something that they do not know about planes, they will ask the question. Something that we do not know, we will ask the question as well. And then we get to know quite a lot. There's quite a lot of our viewers, our members who have very good technical knowledge. We have members who have been working for the ATC, as well as we have a couple of our viewers who were pilots, as well as current pilots. Okay, so it's quite a varied thing, and that's the reason, we thought that if we keep it all just with aviation and anything and everything we speak about aviation, it's going to be so good. Now, that does not mean that we don't speak anything else apart from aviation. Sometimes there'll be a person cracking a joke or two, and sharing their personal experiences. Yes, all fine, but you know, something that could be very controversial, like you speak about politics, you speak about religion, each person has a different view of a certain political party or something. So you know, we've just kept out everything so that it doesn't really become a hard thing to interact with. And you know, we have quite a lot of our viewers and members who keep going about, you know, talking a lot about planes, talking with each other, and that is what we want. You know, we want that encouragement. We want people to talk about planes. We want people to share their knowledge, share their experiences flying on a certain airline. What did they like? What is it that they didn't like? What are the areas of improvement? And they keep talking about all of that, and it really helps us as well, because let's just say you've taken one of the flights you've never done, and that is the very same flight we would want to go on, and let's just say you had a very bad experience. We will ask you, like, why did you have a bad experience? What is it? And then you may realize that maybe it was the food, that you were expecting it to be a star, but then the food was not good at all, and then, you know, it ruined all your other aspects of the flight as well, something that way. So yeah, considering that, we have left everything just for aviation. Your buddy online says Qantas link scheduled at 8:20. Qantas link to, not too sure which one you were saying, because I do see a couple of Qantas link on my right side. They're taxiing around, and I think one's being pushed back or something.
Okay, 19, number 1, South China 25,
Alright, Qantas link, I think you were talking about the one from Wagga Wagga, QLK 2220. Yeah, we'll be getting them, the Dash 8-400s. Scott says, I have some flight knowledge. Indian food is spicy, some like it hot. Yeah, indeed, some foods are spicy. I mean, over here we get so much of Indian food in Sydney. We are spoiled for choices, but sometimes you will not get that spice level as such, I would say. But yeah, for the most part, we do end up getting quite a bit. In fact, you know, we have all different types of food and things like that. All right, there you go. Yeah, your buddy online. Yeah, you are. Yeah, this is the Wagga Wagga one. The Embraer E190 for us. All right, there you go. Why are there two Wagga Waggas in Wagga Wagga? I have really no idea, mates. I have really no idea. Ooh, Emirates already up in the sky. But like I said, we get a good close-up, and this is exactly what we wanted. Okay, Emirates will be back here in the evening in about 10 hours from now. But here you go, Starline's livery of Thai Airways on their A350. We will be seeing them later today, later in the morning I should say, as they depart to Bangkok. Regine says, say on Emirates food, giving like say grilled cheese snacks as flavored almonds or pistachios. I tell you, Regine, the flavored almonds and pistachios that they offer on Emirates, it's wonderful. I tell you, it's like so fresh, so crunchy. It really makes quite a lot of sense, and it's very, very nice actually. So yeah, so we should be, you know, I would really love to try them again. Oh, okay. So Real Green says Sydney Airways is actually the alias for Qantas, but yeah, not too sure about that. But pretty sure Qantas does not have any rights to it because you know we are registered as a business, and in the Australian register, Sydney Airways is registered to us. So yeah, sadly, if Qantas would have wanted it, they probably would have registered it, but sadly they don't really do it. And for the very fact, you know, because no airline would want to limit themselves to a certain city as such, right? Like not Sydney, they would just want it to be the whole thing. Yeah, so that's the reason they don't really have it as such. But yeah, they haven't registered it. We have the name, we have the rights to the name. Our business name is registered as Sydney Airways. And that's how it is. Virgin plane making a touchdown. Yeah, we'll capture that one. Brian says, I love the look of the 787-10. Yes, indeed. You know, Brian, the 787-10s, they are always like eye-catching, I would say. But to be honest, I have not really seen very many 787-10s. I have seen Korean Air that we see right now on screen. And I've seen Singapore Airlines 787-10s because I've been on them. Yeah, apart from that, I can't really recollect if I've seen more. Probably may have seen, but can't really recollect at this very moment.
T93, target A, line up 3, left, be ready immediate. Number 1 to Jetstar on go.
Junei away with their colourful petals livery. It will be nice to see them depart as well. Korean Air 787-10 SK402 to Seoul engine. Okay, yes, there are not many. And yeah, Brian, that is true. You know, in fact, I was reading through one of an article quite a long time ago, which would have been about 6 or 7 months ago. And there was a thing where it seems to be that people always thought the 787-10 is better than the 787-9, and the article was debunking the myth. But that is exactly what it is. All right, Joker says, my doctor was Indian, my math professor, I have to love you. I have really no idea what that means, but yeah, I'm not really Indian. Maybe I sound like that, but as you know, I have mentioned it very many times. I have a mixed heritage all across, so yeah, it is a bit hard to say. You know, in terms of ethnicity, then yeah, I would say that I could possibly be called Indian, but then you know, I have parents from the European continent. I have been raised in different countries. UAE, India, I've worked in the United States, Dubai, Singapore, Japan, so yeah, quite a bit. So I'm not too sure like how I would able to, you know, mention my ethnicity as such. I really don't know, because it's quite confusing, you know, so many planes, so many places and stuff. But yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, coming back to you, Brian. The thing is, we even got asked here on the stream whether a 787-9 or -10 is better, and this is the very same thing when I explained what I saw even on the article. So what it said is the 787-10 is used when you don't really have that distance as the main priority. You know, there'll be some, like you have to fly way too far, but you still have a very dense network as such, like you need a lot of people as well to travel. In that sense, you would be using a 787-9, but the 787-10 is used on shorter routes, but where there is a very high demand. So the 787-9 just won't do the work because you have so many extra people traveling on a 787-10. So that's how it is, and I can totally understand because I see Singapore Airlines using it, 787-10, for very short haul flights. Like I've seen them using their 787-10s from Singapore to India, which is hardly about 4 hours 40 minutes, 4 hour 50-minute flight, but the demand is way too much, a large population traveling and stuff like that. And I do think Korean Air uses the same method as well, because there's quite a lot of people traveling between Korea and Sydney, that is between Seoul and Sydney. So yes, the 787-9 may not work for them because they'll end up missing out on that much of revenue if they use the 787-9. But then yeah, the 10 is what works out well. But having said that, we have to note that the 787-10 does not have as much of range capability as much as a 787-9. A 787-9 can fly further. Alright, Scott says it's a rotation 15-hour flight JFK to Manila. You rotate every 3 hours. Is it? Like which JFK to Manila? Is it on Philippine Airlines or maybe one of the US carriers, I believe? Regine says busy airport. Yeah, indeed. Regine, indeed it is busy, and it will get even much more busier from October onwards, because October is the start of the Southern Hemisphere IATA summer season. So that's when it gets busy, just like how the Northern Hemisphere summer for IATA starts in the month of March.
So that should be on 10 now. I can taxi short of.
Okay, Adelaide to Sydney, they have just arrived. We'll be filming them, getting them on screen, and then we'll get Korean Air to depart. And once again, wishing everyone a very, very good morning. Thank you very much for joining us out here from Sydney Airport. Backup crew? Are you talking about the backup crew for a 787? Is that what you're saying? Reggie, no, if you're asking me if it's the aircraft for the longest flight, no, it's not the 787. That is the Airbus A350. The Airbus A350, which just made a world record, I think, last week when they flew from Melbourne to Toulouse, France. And they flew eastward. So they flew over the United States and then to Toulouse. A 24-hour and 24-minute flight. That was super wonderful actually at that time.
Number 1 State had the time revised to time 5, so it'll be short. Yeah.
Sydney to Canberra on the Dash 8. We're able to see them. They've just begun their takeoff roll. 787's A350s, you rotate every 3 hours. The longest is from New York City to Singapore, 18 hours. Yes, that is New York Liberty to Singapore Changi, 18 hours and 50 minutes, 18 hours and 55 minutes. Depends on the wind. Sometimes it's like much more lesser. Sometimes you end up in 17 hours and 50 minutes as well. It just depends if you're having that tailwind and stuff like that. But yeah, they are wonderful, and they only have premium economy and business class seats. They do not have regular economy. Online YouTube says it is 18 hours and 40 minutes. Oh yeah, like I was saying, it just depends on the wind. You will usually end up having a tailwind, sometimes a headwind and stuff like that. But I do know sometimes Singapore Airlines will have a block time of a little over 19 hours. But yeah, for the most part, they don't really end up using 19 hours. They are more just like 17 hours, not 17, 18 hours and thereabouts actually, because they usually get done with about 18 hours of the flight.
Korean Air 402,
Yeah, it is expensive, I tell you. Even premium economy is expensive, but that is what it is, right? They charge you a higher price, but then they give you the direct flight, and that is what even Qantas is going to be doing, right? Qantas did mention that they will be charging a 20% premium compared to their one-stop options, and that is fair enough, because if there's someone who wants to reach to a place faster without any hassle of deboarding and then boarding again and all those sort of things, then yeah, why not? Korean Air 402 Sydney to Seoul Incheon. Scott says Emirates has a 70,000 luxury suite. Yeah, hopefully you can travel on it someday, mates, in the future. I mean, for the experience, yes, it should be super wonderful, right? Hey, hello Roy, hello, how are you? Welcome. How was your flight yesterday? Hoping everything went well. And how was the lunch? What did you get for lunch? I do recollect we spoke about the lunch yesterday whilst you were boarding the aircraft. How was everything? Roy's Aviation says, I think I ate too much, is it? I'm guessing then probably the food was super wonderful. The delicious Indonesian food. How good is that? But I'm glad everything went well for you. Brian says, I fly QF09 and QF10 London to Perth direct return, and that has a premium price as it's a direct service. Yes, totally agree with you, Brian. The direct services will always be expensive, and Qantas has said it, they have been fair enough to say it, that they will be charging a 20% premium for the direct service London to Sydney, Sydney to London. And it does make sense, because you're flying directly, you're getting the convenience, you're getting the comfort. What else do you need? Yeah, I do know quite a lot of people who would not want to do a direct flight for that long, but for people who would love to, why not, right? And yes, that's how it is. And we also got to know that with Qantas as well as Singapore Airlines. Singapore Airlines does not have as many seats. They just have premium economy and business for their flights to New York, JFK and New York Liberty International. And the very same thing is for Qantas. Qantas will be having the economy seats, but on their A350-1000 ULRs, they'll just be having 238 seats, which is hardly anything compared to a regular A350-900, let alone an A350-1000 ULR. So you've got to understand that, you know, very, very less seats, and, you know, they have less seats, but then they have made spaces for people to go stretch their legs, just walk around sort of thing. So yeah, everything comes at a price, and I do believe that the services, the direct services, are going to be quite popular. And yeah, please share with us, Brian, how everything is for you when you do fly between Perth and London. Those 18 hours would be quite a bit. Your buddy online says it's funny how many planes are in the air. Yeah, quite a lot. Just up above our head, we see them flying all across. In fact, let me see if I can get one. I think it's very far, but not too sure if I can get it. Yeah, sadly we can't. There's one. It's pretty small up in the sky, but that's okay. Alright, finally Batik coming up out Sydney to Kuala Lumpur service.
Kingsford 239, Vikrant, 2 occupied, other way.
Brian says, I normally fly premium economy and it's absolutely fine. Yeah, indeed, you know, premium economy will be so much better than economy in terms of comfort, and that comfort really makes a lot of sense when you're flying 18 hours, 19 hours. You know, when we speak about 18 hours is just more like what do you say, 18 hours is just more like the flight time. But that, you know, when you account for everything from the time you leave home to the time you reach home, you're spending more than a day. So those 18 hours flight time is really going to be a game changer when you're flying in premium economy rather than in business or whatever.
Once it's in that chain, pass the on top, taxi 57. I want to see the train start.
There's like 10 planes above my house at night. Your buddy online says, where do you live? Like, do you live in Sydney? Because I believe if you live in Sydney, you wouldn't be having those planes above your house, right? Considering the fact that Sydney has a night curfew. All right, Brian says absolutely correct. Yeah, actually, right, because it's going to be an experience actually, but let us put it that way. It's going to be a wonderful experience for a lot of people. I think after Qantas announced their launch dates, there were quite a lot of news reporters went out asking people who usually travel between Sydney and London with their one-stop service, and quite a lot of people said that they would love to do it. A few people did mention that since they have kids, they would prefer, rather than going direct, having a one-stop, because, you know, kids tend to get a bit mischievous and stuff like that. So, you know, it's slightly bit easier for parents, I would say. And yeah, having said that, there were a few people who did say that they don't really mind either one stop or a direct flight, because as long as they get it at the right price, they are totally fine with it. And, you know, that is exactly what the airline is trying to capture, a whole suite of market, not like just a particular customer and all. They aren't limiting themselves to one type of customer, but they're trying to get the better of that whole suite of the market, where there'll be people wanting to travel, but then they will not do it. But if they get it at the right price, they get it at a very convenient time, and things like that, then they will of course want to do it. Ooh, Oh, how good is that, Brian? Wow, lovely. All the best, all the very best, Brian. I hope you can get onto that inaugural flight. I do believe they may have not yet started their ticket sales, right? Because we are still 1 year and a little over 2 months away from their inaugural flight. But I'm wishing you all the best, Brian. Hoping we can get to see you out there. We will be trying to see what exactly it is with in terms of their tickets and everything. But yeah, good luck with it, Brian.
Number to the starboard, taxi and ultra. Starboard golf, taxi, ultra.
Ticket sales start February of 27. Alrighty, so we have about 6 months. Yeah, exactly 6 months because we are in August right now. Yeah, good luck with it. I am pretty sure there will be quite a lot of people waiting and wanting to book the tickets. So yeah, let us see how that one works out. But wishing you luck, wishing you very good luck, Brian. Scott says you can teach me math, but I know aerodynamics. Roy says on the flight I only slept for 1 hour. Is it? Why is it so? Were you getting disturbed, or is it just that you don't really like sleeping on a flight or something? Inaugural flight October 27. Yes, that is true. That is so true. We are waiting for the announcement of Sydney to New York as well, but the CEO did mention that soon after the service of Sydney to London is when they will be launching Sydney to New York, and they will come up with a date later. So hopefully we get to know the dates maybe early next year or whatever. Oh, okay, because of the engine view, it was beautiful. I get it. I understand. That was nice. But really appreciate it, because Indo was texting us and letting us know that you were having a great time, and Indo was kind enough to pass on your messages. I think at one point the Wi-Fi for you also got disconnected, but all good. Alright, Scott says too much to explain on a Sunday. No stress, mates, not a problem. Downtime. Yes. I was mentioning it to Indo. I told Indo that most of the legacy Wi-Fi systems that are there, unless you have the Starlink Wi-Fi on most of the modern planes like Emirates, Qatar Airways, unless you have Starlink, the Wi-Fi is not up to the mark. In fact, it's not up to the mark even at 4G speeds. You just don't get it. So not the best, I would say. Yes, Roy, we are at Shep's Mound today. Yesterday we were at the base of the old ATC tower, the beach, but today we are at Shep's Mound. Wow, that was busy. That was super busy. We were just panning around left, right and center. All Nippon Airways, that's one of our favorite services because they are usually the one who close out the morning peak departure session when they return as NH890. So yeah, let us see. I was expecting All Nippon Airways to come with their Pokemon livery today, but sadly that was not the case. But that's totally fine. Totally fine.
141, contact Airbus 220.
Capital Airlines coming in from Qingdao. Not always do we get them because usually on the weekends we don't see them around. Good morning everyone, good very morning. It's Monday morning for us. We hope you all are having a great start to the week.
So, as for the runway 2, so take the left and the north 1, runway 5, come to down 400.
Cover 60, International 4 to Bay 37.
No, right. 33, technical for 6 Bravo. Second bus at 6 Bravo, 36.
Oh, ZNB should be on radar soon. Yeah, let us capture them. It will be nice to get them yet again. Thought it would be a bit more brighter, but sadly it turned out to be a cloudy day. But that's, like I said, you know, it's totally fine. As long as it's not raining, it's totally fine. Yeah, it would be Sunday for you, right? For us, it's like early Monday morning, 51 minutes past 8. Wow. And our favorite aircraft, All Nippon Airways, coming in from Japan, the inspiration of Japan. Hello, Euro Freestyle Music. Euro Freestyle Music says, very nice stream from Canada. Thank you very much, Euro Freestyle Music. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well and hope you're having a great Sunday evening out there in Canada. Yes, Scott, that was ANA, All Nippon Airways. Problem? Yes, it's 6:52 p.m. Okay, that means a 14-hour difference between where you live in Canada and you're in Sydney. Thank you very much for letting us know, Euro Freestyle. Thank you. The Kuala Lumpur service of Batik Air. Euro Freestyle, yes, we captured Air Canada AC33 that came in from Vancouver, and they will be departing shortly as well as AC34. They will be departing. We captured them. If you do stick around on the live stream, you will be able to see them departing from here in Sydney direct to Vancouver.
and so Alpha, thank you.
Hey, Jetstar 787. I do believe it's the service from Seoul Engine. Yes, Euro freestyle. I heard about it on the news. It seems to be the whole of Canada, United States, as well as Europe. You know, it's been baking hot. So please stay nice and cool. Hopefully the weather does change for the better. Maybe not as hot today or in the next few days. Oh, hit 45 today. It's like 30 degrees. Yeah, 45 is going to be very uncomfortable. Your buddy online says, I flew Jetstar when I went to Japan and back to Australia. So I do believe your buddy online, you would have traveled to Kansai, Osaka, if I'm not wrong. Is that the thing? Because I'm pretty sure they don't fly to Tokyo Haneda, right? Unless you may have flown from Melbourne, because I believe from Melbourne you have flights to Tokyo Narita. Is it? And I think even from Brisbane they have flights to Tokyo Narita, but not too sure about Haneda. Please fill me on that one because I may not know. And the gate congestion has come in. All Nippon Airways has no place to go. Ooh, look at what we see out there. American Airlines with their flagship livery that is in our thumbnail has started pushing back. All right. Euro Freestyle says, I'm from Italy but live in Canada. That's very nice, mates. Very nice. Yeah, buddy online does say that they went to Kansai, Osaka, KIX. Went to Brisbane to Kansai, Osaka. That's good. Thank you very, very much for letting us know, your buddy. Alright, start the show, the flagship retro livery off. American Airlines. And yes, you can see the tail of Air Canada out there. They should be ready pretty soon as well. Won't be too long because usually you get all the North American services arriving about the same time. That is from San Francisco, Vancouver, Los Angeles, Dallas, Fort Worth. Yeah, we end up getting all of it in the morning. And right now you can see American Airlines has already pushed back. We'll be having Air Canada out and about pretty soon as well.
Break 651, sound heading left 230 on up, left right. Sound heading left 30 on right.
Runway 879, it's confirmed.
Roy says the Pokemon plane I was on is going to Tokyo right now. Are they going to Haneda or Narita? Which one? I do believe they would be going to Haneda if I'm not wrong. But fill me on that one as well because again I have never really paid much attention to flights departing from Jakarta as such. So that's why I may not know much.
International 3 and International 4 hold short golf. Qantas 101, ground bay 12, respect.
Euro Freestyle says, I usually fly Air Canada direct. Flights are best. yeah, I mean, direct for the convenience and stuff like that. So would give it. And I do believe that Air Canada has some really good service as well. Roy says Haneda. Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. Euro Freestyle says we are pretty laid back in Canada. We welcome anyone. Yeah, that's very good, and it's nice. You know, in fact, I have had a lot of interactions with Canadian counterparts. We have a lot of people working in Canada. In fact, I have one of my cousins living in Canada. I have, I think, 2 or 3 of my mates out there. Has been a while since I last spoke to them, but yeah, they live out there in Toronto. That's okay, because I do know people do say that you've got to know French, and quite a lot of people will start learning French as well. But even if you don't speak, it's totally fine. You know, everyone is quite respectful of each other, and that really helps quite a bit.
A63. There's a 220 pushed along a 4. Get wings in when you can. Don't want out for the hangar 191. Enter. A325, we're speed to 20. Juliet, Canadian, take Victor 126.1. Take on Juliet, Canadian.
Yeah, thanks for sharing with us those comments. Yes, Batik Air is off to Kuala Lumpur. That is the A330-300. Where is it? I think we lost it. Yeah, but then the Batik Air that we did see, they are off to Kuala Lumpur, because earlier the 737 MAX 8 Batik Air, they were off to Denpasar. Alright, low fares forever. The 10th anniversary livery off to Auckland. It's been a while, you know, months together that I did not see it. And in fact, last night I just thought about it. It just came to my mind that I haven't seen it for quite some time, because you end up seeing these special liveries ever so often, maybe after every few weeks or something when you're out here. But this is the one that I did not see for quite some time. Maybe I was just, you know, sometimes it just happens that you miss it out by a bit ever so often. Maybe it could be one of those things. The Flagship retro livery of American Airlines out there, AA72.
01, taxi via Alpha, the Golf.
Well, I tell you, they still fly straight. The only thing is, you know, I love this plane because during on a nice sunny day, it looks super bright. Ooh, what's happened there in the front? They lost sort of some paint. Need a good paint job maybe. No stress, mates, no stress. I mean, Jetstar is pretty safe. And you will know very well Jetstar is the low-cost carrier of Qantas, and the same training and everything applies, and Qantas is in fact the safest airline in the world. So yeah, they proudly say it even in their safety videos, and no doubt, you know, no one's really ever going to be questioning that, because Qantas has an impeccable safety record. And yeah, for the most part, Jetstar is pretty good in terms of safety, no safety breaches, nothing at all. They take safety quite seriously, so they should be fine. But yeah, it's like with this special livery, I'm a bit surprised that they need to get some paint job done in the front, because just over the windshield, because that's not something that was that way earlier. It's only now that I have seen it. Hey Tim, hello. Welcome to the stream. Yes, the orange plane, that's Jetstar with its special livery. That's the 10th anniversary livery. In fact, I have seen it after very many months actually. It's been a while. Yes, you're a freestyle. I happen to hear that about the pilot. Yeah, that was a bit too much, right? Like, I think, what, 15 years or something? That he flew around without having that certification, that one of those licenses. Yeah. Quite a bit of a thing. And I was watching one of the discussions, and they were like, you know, Air Canada has this thing on their face, because how would someone not verify something like that? But you know, you can understand. There was one of the videos that said that you never really want to question a pilot, because they have been there doing that stuff for so long, and the thing. But you know, it's like sometimes they just take it as a given, saying that, oh, okay, fine, this guy has been flying for us for so long and stuff like that. But of course, the investigation will go until the first time. It'll go back until the first time when the pilot did fly without a license, to see what exactly were the circumstances when the inspector did not catch on that fake document as such. So yeah, let us see how that one works out. You know, we will be getting the full report later on. Though we do know what has happened, it's still not, you know, completed that full investigation. So it's going to be a bit of a time as such. JL52, Japan Airlines with their One World livery, that's pushed back.
Star 403, 6000. Thanks. You can maintain that needs are not bringer until he does.
The 14 to the Charles morning. Juliet, India, for the shot.
One on Golf, cross runway 3, taxi Charlie, Fox runway 25. Golf, cross runway 3, full 8, Charlie, 1.
Alright, Roy says me and Indo are going plane spotting at Jakarta 1 hour Cool. Enjoy and have a great time. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. Have a great time, Roy and Indo. Please pass on my regards to Indo. Say hi to Indo from me, as well as all of us here at Sydney Airways. And have a great one. Enjoy. Yeah, I tell you with pride, Australian pilots, they are superior. They take safety quite literally and everything, and the culture itself out here is so much better than maybe elsewhere in the world. And we are lucky enough, we are privileged enough, I would say, to have these wonderful pilots. Alright, American Airlines AA72 with the Flagship retro livery. They have reached the threshold of the holding point of runway 34 left. It won't be too long before we get them. Okay, JL52, they have begun their taxi. You can see them moving around. Alright, the Japanese siblings, Japan Airlines on the left, All Nippon Airways on the right. Brian says VH, ZND on radar. Let us capture them. I don't really see any movement as of now yet, but we'll have a look. Alright, the Japanese siblings on screen. There quite some time before we do get ZND out and about with the Yam Dreaming livery. We'll be getting a good look of them. And as we speak, American Airlines AA72 Sydney to Los Angeles service on the Boeing 777-300ER has begun its takeoff roll. Hey Buffin, hello. Good very morning. I hope you're having a great time, and thank you very much for joining. You have joined us at the right time. Roy says, my favorite airline, Vietnam Airlines. Very nice. Glad to have captured the star of the show, the Flagship retro livery of American Airlines. Just about 2.5 hours on the ground, and they'll be back to Los Angeles in 14.5 hours. That is going to be about 11:45 local time for us in the night. And they will still reach like what, maybe 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning? Monday morning, yeah. So that's nice. Buffin says, I live in Indonesia, Balikpapan. Is that how you pronounce it? Because I'm not well versed with the pronunciation, but if I'm wrong, please forgive me for that. Please accept my apologies. Air Canada, there you go, Air Canada Euro Freestyle. China Southern in the background, coming in from Guangzhou. Yeah, Euro Freestyle, that is exactly the thing. We have an IKEA just around the airport. GA715, I do believe, yes, because we have Garuda Indonesia out there. We are waiting for the other Garuda Indonesia to come in from Jakarta. This one had come in from Denpasar earlier today. Let me pan around for you, Roy. There you are.
25 minutes Sydney ground, good morning, taxi. Well, and runway 25 and hold short of Yankee. Okay, 36, copy that.
Hey, Euro Freestyle, yeah, we do have Costco, we do have IKEA. This one's the closest to the airport. Oh, we see the retro livery out there of Qantas. Yeah, we do have IKEA as well over here, as well as few other places here in Sydney. We have Costco as well. I think a couple of Costco stores, quite a few of them out here. There's one that's going to be opening in Melbourne at Pakenham in the coming year or so. Not too sure, but the cost of living in Sydney, as we all know, is on the higher side. It's one of the most expensive cities in the world. But having said that, Sydney offers what you pay for, right? You get the value for the money. But yeah, this is not to say that it's not an expensive city. It is indeed, but yeah, it is one of those most expensive cities in the world. But once you know what you're getting, it makes total sense. Yeah, sadly, the World Cup and all, we do know how it went, but no problem, you know. In the end, sometimes things just don't work out at big tournaments, but apart from that, the league games and all, usually the smaller European leagues and all, I think Italy does quite well regardless.
and onshore traffic. Onshore for Bravo.
Spinning. Your base occupied. Down.
Taxi okay for now, base 30. Back.
Air Canada for us all, AC34. Yeah, I think not very many people watched the World Cup this year.
230, line up runway 34.
At least that is what I got to know per those news articles and stuff like that. I don't know how far people would have been crazy over it. But yeah, the true football fans, people who love not aviation, the people who love football and all that, that's a different thing. But for the most part, no. People said that probably the match itself was a bit one-sided. There was not much of a fight in terms of, the other opponent scoring the goals. But what can you do, right? Yes, that was Air Canada. We will be getting them on their takeoff roll pretty soon. Prior to that, we will be getting JL52 Tokyo Haneda service.
Yeah, 24, following at dash 8. I'll leave the last sequence on 2 minutes. Delta 403, hit the ground, 0.25 and taxi 50.
Supervised for the airport, we're going to change your base to now 3-4. It's going to do a roundabout there, culture now for now, I can choose the base.
Okay, Qantas 420 on the jet 150. Number 34 left, Qantas 420. Number 1,
Yeah, I think morning peak hour, Roy, and that's the reason why there would be quite a lot of traffic at Jakarta airport. Maybe people trying to enter the airport, exit. Maybe that's one of the reasons, but I could be wrong. I've never been there, so I don't know. But I'm just taking a wild guess, considering airports could be crowded in the morning. And the very same happens to Sydney as well, right? Like early morning when you come just as the curfew ends. There's so many arrivals, there'll be people coming to pick up their loved ones. So it could be a bit crowded too. Oh, Euro freestyle, no, I have never filmed a crash landing. And I do hope I never have to, because, you know, we can just hope that everything always goes well with aviation. But things do happen. And if they do happen, we can just hope that everyone is going to be pretty good. But yeah, for the most part, never ever have we filmed a crash landing. Alright, Sydney to Tokyo Haneda service on JL52 with the One World Livery Japan Airlines. They have begun their takeoff roll. We will be getting them pretty soon. how long ago was it? WestJet is on strike. I heard people are stranded. In Delta DL40 for its flight to Los Angeles. Air Canada AC34, they have begun their takeoff roll for their flight to Vancouver.
723 Bay 1, push back through.
We'll see Malaysia Airlines as well as they come on their takeoff roll in a few minutes. Yeah, it would be scary, I believe, to experience something that way, Euro freestyle.
You can full contact structures today.
Runway 34 left, Cadon 2 departure. Climb YSSY 5,000. Walk 1407, departures 129 decimal 7.
Delta 40 station, please show the outbound speed traffic vacating there.
Okay, Delta 40, hold control.
MH123 Kuala Lumpur to Sydney service on the A330-900. They have just touched down on runway 34L. We will able to see them shortly. Nice to see an arrival as well as a departure of Malaysia Airlines. So we'll first capture the arrival and then we'll capture the departure. Here you are, Malaysia Airlines MH123. Pretty new aircraft, I would say. How old is it? Just 1 year old, November of 2024. So 1 year and 9 months old, I would say, as of now, because we're in August of 2026. Roy says, can't lie, jet lag wasn't that bad yesterday, but considering I slept for only an hour, it was still pretty bad. Yeah, I think if you would have had a bit of sleep towards, adjusting for the time difference of 3 hours between Sydney and Jakarta as such, maybe it would have been a bit more better. But yeah, don't stress too much about it. Maybe just enjoy yourself today, do whatever you have to, and then maybe when you crash out on the bed later tonight, you should be well rested, and by tomorrow morning you should be good to go. You missed the Concorde. Yeah, sadly, Concorde is not coming back. But you'll see ever so often, you know, there's articles on the news which talks about new supersonic flight and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh yes, Brian, we do see the YAM Dreaming livery. You can see it right out there, just coming out of its gates and taxiing. Will be a while before we get a much more clearer view as Delta passes in front of us. But yeah, the YAM Dreaming livery is ready to go. We'll stay here, we won't pan around. Let's just try to get YAM Dreaming livery for a couple of seconds and then we can pan around to see Delta once again. Yeah, there you go. And if you see on the right, the retro livery of Qantas 737 registered as VHXZP. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate you all for joining. Thank you. It's Monday morning, 9:31 a.m. on 3rd of August 2026. Euro Freestyle, if you're talking about the DC-10s out here in Sydney, no, we don't get them. Nothing. Wow, Tim says 7:31 p.m. Sunday in South Carolina. Yeah, DC-10s are not used for any passenger flights, it's just the cargo variants, but we don't really get to see any of those cargo ones over here. Right, we can see Singapore Airlines being pulled to its gate. VHZND, now much better as they come so much closer to us. The A330 that we saw, they did arrive from Bangalore in India. Ooh, they are going to come this way. Wow, that means we are going to get a very good look. Enjoy it, Brian. We will be getting a very close-up look of the ZND YAM Dreaming livery.
1519, hold short, runway 2. Okay, runway 25. Thank you, Charlie from on Bravo 10, hold short on. Charlie, Bravo 10, on Bravo. Okay, on 3. Just 62, cross runway 25, hold short from 0.
Yeah, we did happen to see that. I'm not too sure if it's like tape or something else, but yeah, for the most part. Yeah, it looks like the tape regardless, right? I did see that when they arrived actually earlier today. I was like, what's that? Are they riveted together or what exactly? But yeah, I don't think it's there on this side of the engine, but let us see if we are lucky enough to get it. We'll get a very good close-up look. And considering the fact it's much more brighter now, yeah, it would be nice. Not on this side, not on engine number 1. The mighty Qantas. No worries, Brian, no worries. Happy to capture ZND. In fact, I love the Yam Dreaming livery. Out of the 787s, you know, the Yam Dreaming livery, the 100-year anniversary livery of Qantas, I really love them. In fact, last September, we filmed a video for YouTube. It was a very short video, I think about a minute long or maybe less than a minute, of the 100-year anniversary livery taking off from runway 34 right. It was a nice sunny day. And it's one of my favorite videos that I've captured of Qantas's 787s. Yeah. I hope we could make it worthwhile for you, Brian, and thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Brian. Thank you. Take care of yourself, have fun, and stay cool. And once again, thank you very much for joining us. We hope to see you again on our next live stream whenever we come back again. Thank you. Take care of yourself, Brian. Stay safe. Hey Tim, yes, you can of course maybe get a Qantas flight from either Canada or the United States. So maybe give it a go someday if you're coming up here to Sydney or whatever. Hey Roy, yes, we do have Instagram. Just tag us, known by the exact same name, Sydney Airways. Just tag us on Instagram and we will have a look. Tag us on Instagram now or whenever you're free, and we will have a look later today. Perhaps maybe Sydney night time. Thank you very much, Brian. Really appreciate your kind words. Thank you. And thanks for being our supporter. You know, it's been a while now that you've been coming to our live streams, enjoying it, and we strive to get better. Thank you. Thank you so very much, and have a great Sunday night. Auckland to Sydney service, wow.
762 Sydney Town.
142 Bravo, enter 25 on short runway 34 left.
Alright, DL40 has lined up on runway 34 left.
142, contact 26,
Hey Roy, no, we don't really do much of nighttime streams. We did a couple of them, but not much, because you know we are quite busy actually, and nighttime is the only time we end up getting a bit free. And by the time we get free, you know, it's quite late. So for us to come out that late and start a stream, It doesn't really help much because by then you lose all the traffic. Of course, you know, night time, if you've got to come and get all of that busy departures, it's usually about 7 o'clock until about 9, 10, because that's when you have Emirates, Qatar Airways, Turkish, Malaysia Airlines, Cathay Pacific, they all depart around that power hour. Now, the fact that we end up getting free quite late, there won't be much for us to show on the live show as such. So, you know, that's why we don't really do it. But having said that, we do love to do night shows, especially when we are outside, like overseas. In other places, you would have seen our channel. We've done quite a bit of live shows in the night, like late into the night, 1 a.m. Japan time, which would be 3 a.m. over here, considering the fact that we did it when we were in daylight savings. So yeah, that's how it is. But yeah, Roy, sadly we don't really do it, but we would have loved to do it for you. Hopefully we can do it some other day. Yeah, but stay tuned. When we do go to other places, we will be doing night streams as well. No worries, Roy. Thank you very much. Roy, we aren't streaming tomorrow because tomorrow, like I said, you know, we thought that we would be streaming either Tuesday or Wednesday, but we realized that we will be super busy tomorrow and Wednesday. That's why we thought we'll just come out today and have a stream. But yeah, take care of yourself, Roy, and hopefully we can capture your arrival when you do arrive into Sydney. Take care of yourself, stay safe, and have a wonderful one. Get some nice planes and maybe tag us as well on Instagram. See you. Alrighty, that is United Sydney to Los Angeles service UA 842 on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, registered as N25982, and age of the aircraft is 5 years old. September of 2020 is when it was delivered. Peak COVID. Ooh.
maintain traffic flags and push off base. Traffic inbound to Bay 8, Bay 6, your push is... traffic also Bay 3. Course 922, Bay push approved, traffic also pushing Bay 6.
Land.
Thanks, Tim. But yeah, indeed, super beautiful. We will able to see more of those planes departing, arriving. Yeah, 9:46. That does mean we will be getting Singapore Airlines A380 that will be arriving as SQ231. Good very morning to all joining us. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. We hope you all are having a great time. If you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit the like button. And thank you very, very much all. I do believe there was the free memberships being offered on our channel by YouTube. So please go have a look. If y'all do get the free option, maybe y'all can go ahead and get the membership free for a month. So many of them, wow.
Runway.
Taxi, Ahoy, point number 6, runway 34 left. Get it.
73 parking in front of you, southbound on short go.
Alright, QF67, Sydney to Bangalore service to India on the Airbus A330-200. Hey, yeah, yo buddy. Yes, we will be getting Garuda Indonesia from Jakarta. Usually we have 2 of them coming in. We already had one that arrived earlier today from Denpasar, and now it's going to be a second one. Ooh, yeah, Tim. Yeah. Was supposed to be a pretty nice day. Oh wow, VHAMM. We happened to capture them departing earlier today, and now they've arrived. Should have been a nice day. It's 15 degrees right now. We went to the lowest of 9, but even at 15 degrees we find it a bit freezing. Hey Wayne, hello. Yeah, most of the FedEx we won't get them now. They usually come up in the afternoon to late afternoon, early evenings. But yeah, we're very rare to see FedEx at this time of the day. Roy says, never mind, I ended up deciding to eat breakfast and I want to watch while eating. I want to watch this while eating. Cool, lovely. Thank you very much. And welcome back, Roy. Welcome back. Finally, UA842 Sydney to Los Angeles. That is United. Here you are. Hey Tim, not too sure. Probably they were just on their rounds the other side or something, but I always see them, but never like 2 together. These were both together, engine number 4 and 2. There you go, eating nasi goreng right now. Wow, how good is that, mates? Enjoy. Really happy for you. Like I said, you know, I just mentioned to you yesterday, I love nasi goreng as well. So yeah, enjoy it. Have fun. And hoping we can keep you entertained while you're having nasi goreng. Yeah, 55 minutes past 9. Awaiting the arrival of Singapore Airlines SQ231, which is an A380 service. Won't be too long, but yeah, we get GA712 coming in from Jakarta. 74th anniversary livery for today. That is nice. That is the 74th anniversary livery of Garuda Indonesia. We've captured it very many times on our YouTube long form content, shorts, as well as on our live stream, and that includes today that we can see on screen right now. Garuda Indonesia GA712. Yeah, that's going to be yours. You'll probably arrive around this time, Roy. And we do hope and wish you a great, safe flight back home. Hopefully you can get some really good food this time around as well when you do arrive.
Contact departures today.
Passengers 126, yeah, bye-bye.
Zealand 102, Sydney ground, good morning. Give way to Indonesia 330, pushing off of bay 36. They'll be pushing off the taxiway Golf. And bay 55, pushback approved. Push long to allow traffic onto your bay.
Vietnam 772, bumping by 9 seeker to arrival 400.
22 on Lima, cross runway 3. Holding point out for 6 from every left.
Oh, it's a red-eye flight, departs at 11:55. Yes, not going to be the most of the convenient timings, right? Because for an 11:55 flight, you've got to be departing from home a bit more earlier, and then with the takeoff and this and that, yeah, you're going to be disturbed when it's meal time and whatnot. But let us hope you can just get some good sleep on the flight after the meal service, and yeah, shouldn't be too hard on your body once you arrive. But no matter all said and done, it's still going to be a bit tough. With red-eye flights, it's always the case.
Runway 3, clear to take off.
Clear to Ho Chi Minh via Stewie, one man route, runway 34 left, Stewie 1 departure, 5565 Mound, call 1562, departure 129.
Hey Roy, yes, when you say you saw Cathay Pacific check-in desks were packed to the brim, I can totally understand why, because Cathay Pacific is one of the largest international operators out of Sydney and in Australia. This is the service to Bangalore, A330-200. Yeah, so what I was saying is with Cathay Pacific, they are one of the largest operators, international operators out of Australia and especially in Sydney, the largest being Singapore Airlines. I'm talking about the non-Australian ones, right? So with Singapore Airlines and Cathay Pacific, they are much more larger in terms of operation than the homegrown airlines as such. And considering the fact that they run on a hub and spoke model, you would expect them to be quite busy, especially with all their check-ins, and not very many people will be ending their journey in Hong Kong on Cathay Pacific, because they will be transferring onwards and be going to the Middle East as well as Europe, etc., as well as other places in Asia as well.
933. The velocity 933, your number 1, the upper station column. 123, stand by, you are number 2, velocity 933, go ahead, you're back. Say 3 4, right, ultimate on departure for 165, US information for Alpha. 933, thanks. AA73, you are in the queue. It's 123, clearance delivery, go ahead, your PD2 readback. So 123, thanks, coordinate 127.6, when ready, go ahead. United 870, delivery, clean
Yeah, no sunscreen, and that's going to be an issue, mate. That is literally going to be an issue. But what can you do? Just enjoy the food for now, and hopefully tomorrow onwards you can carry your sunscreen with you. So for today, there's not much that you can do unless you have one of those shops out there, and maybe you can just purchase a small pack of sunscreen. That could be good enough. Alright, SQ231 on finals, we will be getting them shortly. Of course, we do have a bit of departures as well, Sydney to Hamilton Island. Is it? What's the temperature out there? I believe it's going to be nice, hot and humid, but maybe it's rainy season as well. Hey, good morning, Miss Aussie Thunder. Wishing you a very, very good morning. Hope you're having a great start to the week, Miss Aussie Thunder. Have a great day. Thanks for joining us yet again for the third day in a row. We were supposed to be streaming either on Tuesday or Wednesday, but we got to know that we'll be quite busy. So we thought we might as well get the stream out today. And let us capture Singapore Airlines SQ231 on their A380 that has just touched down.
Golf cross runway 3 left, taxi sharp, or runway 25. Golf, sorry, no, 223, city ground on Lima, runway 3 left, taxi left, fly now, 3 left.
Yes, Roy, you're spot on. You're spot on. That is GA715 indeed. No problem. Thank you very much, Miss Aussie Thunder. I appreciate it.
Taxi from 10, hold short here. Taxi, Rockport, Charlie, one short runway 2. One to know the best. 5, way to runway 4, taxi number 4, then Charlie to 55.
And then we have Garuda Indonesia. They have emerged from behind and we get to see them. We'll capture this smaller plane for a moment.
Yeah, 330. Taxi left on to Alpha at Alpha International.
Alpha, Alpha.
3-4, left taking up. Asia 715, seaway to Jetstar on short flight, start vacating Alpha 1, and then taxi 5 to Alpha, hold short and
Ooh, so Vietnam Airlines is pushing back too. Alrighty, we do have a lovely Japanese viewer and they say hello everyone. Hello. Hoping you're doing well. Thank you very much for joining us today. We will be seeing a lot of Japanese action on the channel pretty soon. So thank you very much for joining us. Hey Roy and Nagini, they did have their A220 earlier today. We did capture it as well. Jetstar from Ho Chi Minh City. Alrighty, we have to pin this message. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate it.
Contact channel
GA715 making its way to runway 34. Left, we will see them in the next few minutes. Having said that, let us look at the Singapore Airlines brothers 2 A380 services, SQ231 that has just arrived. That flight will be SQ232 that departs. This flight that has arrived as SQ231 will depart as SQ222 just about 3 p.m. in the afternoon today. Yes, finally got it. The Cargo 747 of Cathay Pacific. Hey Tim, no worries. Always happy to bring the live streams to you all and really appreciate you joining us and staying with us this long. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate you being so kind as well. Alrighty, 747 and A380 side by side, as we can see, even though just temporarily, even though the 747 is a cargo variant. It's a dream come true for very many, and I'm glad we could capture it today.
Vietnam 732, taxi 1 point down to runway 0.
Thank you very much, Kizuki. Thank you. Thank you so very much. We'll pin this one for you. Ooh, look at that. Okay, look at this lineup. Qantas A380, Singapore Airlines A380, Cathay Pacific Cargo. And then in the background, we have another A380 of Singapore Airlines yet again. Wow.
Taxi 051 free speed. 715 line up, 34 left. Runway 31 left, beautiful. Possible 360, it is 34 left, expecting an visual approach. Descend up. 34 left, that's 6,000 connect, 420. Right, Kingsford, an additional boat, stand up, start, stuff. City ground, taxi left, lane 25 and onshore again. Cathay 31, done, taxi, and then out, 25 out. One plane on, south 280 degrees, step along 3. Pictures, anyway, Cathay 740. Okay, Shell 123, Golf 2, Golf 2.
So nice to see heavies, Boeing 747, Boeing 777, Airbus A380, not one, but three. 1, 2, and in the background out there, Singapore Airlines, 3. Let's get China Airlines 51 from Taipei. We'll just see them around the corner and let's capture their beautiful A350.
On Yankee 5 Juliet Alpha.
4 north on Alpha. The Alpha and hold short of Golf.
Services. Base 212, contact coordinate 127 at 846.
That was Vietnam Airlines to Ho Chi Minh City on the A350 QF63 to Johannesburg. We will see this departure QF63 pretty shortly. They will be going to the edge of runway 34 and then we should be getting them. Then we also have Vietjet Air. They will be departing as well.
Taxi, expect to line up after the Thai Airways. Final 3 for left step 30. Because they have a 3 Thai Airways. Taxi right on Bravo 1, hold short of Charlie. Right on Bravo 1, hold Group tail forward is 0.1. 0.1. When ready, contact now 120 decimal 1. Just 5 back, into different. On a 426, contact vector, 6 small 1 today. Front control 80 today.
And the Star Alliance livery, as you can see, they're making their way on the screen. Thai Airways to Bangkok. It's going to be nice to capture the Star Alliance livery taking off. Hey Sarah, hello. How are you this Monday morning? Hoping everything's well with you, and thank you very much for joining us.
Delta 120.
Stay tuned. If you're enjoying this live stream, hit the like button. And thanks to each and every one of you for joining us, always coming up here, sharing your aviation adventures with us. It really means a lot, and we do hope we can keep you a lot more entertained in the coming days and weeks, I should say. Thank you once again. Alright, TG471 Thai Airways to Bangkok has begun its takeoff roll. There, look at them now. Star Alliance Livery. We also have United that has pushed back, so we'll just pan around and look at them. UA870. Oh, where are they? Did we lose them? Ah, there you go.
Just 123, good Thai 350 North Alpha, and then on Golf Ultra runway 3.
Hey Scott, yes, I mean almost a little less than a day, because 14-hour difference. It's 6:30 there, almost 10:30 here in the morning. So 14 hour difference. We are 14 hours ahead.
And then give way to time. North on Alpha.
Alright, QF63, the A380, we will be getting them to Johannesburg.
Ground facility, confirm we're push now. Cathay behind us. Still seeing 212 firm. Post on apron, you are clear of them. Okay, we're cleared. Push now on 12. Philippines to the Cathay 162, ready for takeoff. All station information. Current changes, temperature 1/105. Information picked up. Back 49, they'll infringe so they will then tow south. Foxtrot, taxi on a Fox, hold short of run. Bravo,
That was a wonderful takeoff of an A380. We'll get one more A380 taking off, and that is this one that we see on screen right now. We still have about half an hour to push back, so there's a bit of time. And we spoke also about this very service SQ231, which had gate congestion a couple of weeks ago, where they had to be out here on the tarmac for an hour and a half. At this very moment, it's been 25 minutes since Singapore Airlines, this very aircraft arrived, and they are still waiting for their gate.
Tuning into this, confirm we have to stop on the 123rd Golf Alpha Ultra 25. Golf Alpha Ultra 25. 128, stay cross runway 25, star left right on Golf, then hold shorter 4, short delay there. Taxi, your number 2 to company Golf, control runway 25. Just our 123, runway 25, taxi Bravo 10.
Okay, we do see United
Taxi Bravo 4,
taxiing.
second Jetstar 320, runway 25.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Scott. And in fact, thank you so much for your contribution. Really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Happy to have you around. Happy to have had you yesterday on yesterday's stream as well. Thank you. And we do hope to keep you even much more entertained. Stay tuned with us because we will be bringing some lovely action. We are Jet Air without the Coca-Cola livery anymore. Yeah, flight radar has to be updated for that one. But as we mentioned it earlier, that you can see the difference in the paint of the fuselage, and that is because the place where the Coca-Cola sticker was affixed on the fuselage, it is a bit brighter. Yeah, once they give the plane a good wash, they can take it out and it will be quite normal. The fuselage color will match at that stage. But as of now, yeah, that's how it is. QF 127 Sydney to Hong Kong service.
Ground.
Hey, Da Costa. Hello, Da Costa 1053, Port Alegre, Brazil. Hello. Hoping everything's well with you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, we are still learning quite a bit, actually, to be very humble and very honest. We are learning quite a bit. CX162. The second A350 service of today. to Hong Kong. Easy peasy, yeah. Hopefully we can still do great. It's so cold right now that we are finding it hard. We are like shivering a bit.
Ground, good day, hold short of Runway. Runway 3 pillar. One ready, come back down,
Yes, you are in Sydney, Scott. You are in Sydney. You're not in the United States. You're you're not anywhere on the American continent, I should say. You are in Sydney. To Hong Kong, QF 127. That's funny, mates. That is really funny. But all good. QF 127 to Hong Kong. Then we have Jetstar making its way to runway 34 right. Philippine Airlines PR212 to Manila.
Register 511. 111 taxi, hold short runway 25. Taxi over 25. Just our 405 cross 25, hold short runway 1.
Scott says Philippine Airlines. My roommate is from Manila. She is Filipina.
Cross runway 25, hold short of runway. 137, okay. Just our 511, cross runway 2, hold short 0.
Oh yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I did not see anything, mates. I really did not see. Yeah, I can just see Philippine Airlines. I don't really see anything else, mates. Sydney to San Francisco service on United. We saw them arrive earlier today. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Good to know, Scott. And we are now getting the retro livery of Qantas. QF1372 to Christchurch, and that is the retro livery. How good is that? Xiamen MF801 from Xiamen. Ooh, as we look at them, there's DHL pulled through. They will be getting ready. Let us see before we end the stream if they can get out and about on their journey, because it's not too long before we finish off the stream. Maybe the next hour and 15 minutes odd, but won't be too long as such.
Everyone, take it back. 33. Watch 933, check. Follow company on your right, hold short runway. Follow company on good. Watch you to cross runway 25, Kingsford Sierra. Cross Sierra. 3932. Hold short of runway 25.
Sydney to Cairns service on the E190. And QF23 Sydney to Bangkok, yet another A380 of Qantas. Sorry, A330 of Qantas, not an A380, definitely not an A380, looking at the size, the shape. Yeah, and they don't fly their A380s anymore to Hong Kong, been a while now.
45 in onshore golf. Hotel ground, keep way into 137 behind, 7 minutes,
Alright, all eyes on Singapore Airlines. They should be pushing back in the next 13 to 15 minutes if they get clearance. I do see they've been served well, and maybe just a bit here and there before they finally do push back. Let us see how it works out. Yesterday they were on time, hopefully today as well. You'll have to wait for Scoot. Scoot hasn't arrived yet. Let us capture Cathay Pacific though. Wow, that's an early rotation.
Runway 25. 75 going straight up.
0 degrees 5 knots, runway 34.
Runway 34, that's missing.
Velocity 9 to be chance.
15, Heavy number 1, back at Bravo 4, taxi runway 25. Runway 25, taxi to Bay 1. 55, Bay 1, straight up, yeah. Green Hotel, forward, your way to company 3, Golf, Golf 929.
Heading 150.
So heading 150, 35. Working way into the emergency service on Golf, onshore runway 25.
Alright, good morning everyone. Thanks for joining us on this live stream. Monday morning, 50 minutes past 10 on 3rd of August 2026. Appreciating each and every one of you joining us, and thanks for your kind words and everything you always do for all of us. It's real motivation. Thank you. out and about.
Push tail south, then east.
Alrighty, just a friendly reminder to keep the chat clean because night bot is active. Alrighty, having said that, let us go to flight radar to check what's happening out there because we do have a bit of takeoff lined up. Hong Kong Airlines. I believe it's HX17 if I'm not wrong. No, that's not even Hong Kong, that's capital. And we already have a bunch up out here. What do we have for music? We just have about a song or two, I believe, for end of the stream. In fact, we just got a shorter song compilation for today for the very fact that we will be rushing soon after and we won't be having any overtime on the streams. We do plan to end the stream somewhere around 12 or 12:15 depending on when the morning departure peak gets completed. Usually I think they get completed somewhere around 12, just before 12. Sometimes if you do have additional delays as such, then yeah, it could go slightly about 12, but for the most part we should be out and about by then. So yeah, we don't really have a longer compilation as such. Singapore Airlines SQ232, they have pushed back. They will be departing pretty soon. Let us see, 56 minutes past 10 is when they have begun taxiing. As you can see, they are moving right now. Let us see by what time they end up taking off.
Hotel, so Golf 1, wait, the Singapore 380 pushed on the whole message to push now, continue 263. Scooter 10, Sulta, reclear direct to South. Direct passage, Scooter 10.
Alright, Philippine Airlines PR212 has begun its takeoff roll on runway 34 for its flight to Manila. Hey Ben, hello Ben, good morning. Hope you're having a great start to the week, Ben. Take care of yourself and thank you very much for joining us on this live stream today, early morning. Early morning is when we began streaming. Right now it's 57 minutes past 10, yeah, a little over 5 hours and 20 minutes since we started streaming, and we won't continue too long, maybe another hour or so, and that's about it. Of course, having said that, it does mean that we would be awaiting the departure of those aircraft that we do wait for. You know, one by one, they are moving about. Singapore Airlines out there. There's China Eastern. I don't know about China Airlines, whether we'll end up getting them depart before 12. It's highly unlikely. Again, Air New Zealand, I do believe highly unlikely. Xiamen as well, not too sure. Yeah, China Southern is what we will get, that we can see. China Southern and all Nippon Airways that we see. Usually we prefer waiting for all Nippon Airways. Even if they are delayed, we prefer waiting for all Nippon Airways. But for the most part, I do believe that we may be out and about by then. QF 515 from Brisbane has arrived on runway 34. Airbus A330-200. Let us capture them. Airbus A330-300. China Eastern for its flight to Shanghai on the Airbus A350. I want to check the age of this aircraft. Is it the very same one? Okay, 5 years old. No, I don't think I've seen this one before, or probably may have never really streamed when they were around. What's the rego on this? That is B321J. Yeah, so we will see China Eastern coming up. Singapore Airlines A380 service SQ232. Sydney to Cairns service on QF. Alright, there you go. 1818. You can see the tail of Singapore Airlines Airbus A380. A few departures lined up. Sydney to Perth service on the Boeing 737-800. Capital Airlines Sydney to Qingdao on the Airbus A330-300, and then China Eastern that we just saw on the A350-900.
Expect IVA, descend by 6,000.
Morning, my name is Runway.
And it's 562, details, morning. Capital Jet, 80, line up runway 34, left end way. Reduce speed to 210 knots.
6,000 runway 34 right, descent, G6 210 knots, lane 39. Corner 81, cross runway 25, you only point out to 6, runway 34 left. Runway, half point out. Singapore 232, tower 120.5, good day.
The A73, contact director, 12.1.
Director 1, A3.
Skytrans 121.
Not Skytrans 121.
Skytrans 121, roger mate, 10 knots or greater, disabled.
210 greater, Skytrans 121.
And Eastern 562, line up from my deadway.
Corner 437, taxi, hold short, 5.
QF81 Sydney to Singapore on the Airbus A330-300. Yet again, another A330. Ooh, yeah. Been quite a day. Not tiring, but it's so cold. I'm wearing my gloves, and yet just not helpful.
Juliet, Sydney ground 38, push. Thank you. Runway 57. Big 163 Delta, maintenance and 7,000.
Sydney to Shanghai, MU562. They have lined up on runway 34 and should begin their takeoff roll shortly.
126 day. 161, report here. Yes, 63, send by 7,000. Send by 7,000, just 76.
10 threshold wind 330. Runway 34 left, clear to land.
39 Delta, reach 6.
And this is China's Southern Airlines to Guangzhou. They have begun their taxi. Woohoo!
Singapore 26, line up runway 34 left.
China Southern 320, give way to the Scoot 7 and altitude, taxi to hold point alpha 6, ready for that.
Scoot that has come in from Singapore Changi Terminal 1 and it's just around the corner, and yeah, there you go, we have them right in front of us.
Side, all it's 34 left, whiskey 746.
Singapore Airlines SQ232, the last A380 departure of the day. On our stream, I should say, the last A380 departure on our stream, the morning stream. Unless we don't extend our stream, I don't think we will be getting any more A380 departures. Having said that, let us maybe pan around to get a view of them. So 10:56 is what we said when they pushed back, and now it's 11:11, so 14 minutes between pushback and departure.
Bus 21, turn right, heading 110, select direction 1253. And right, heading 110, direct 253, Skytrans 120. Okay, 79 Delta, right, heading 080. Heading 080, heading 39 Delta. Okay, China Southern 326, report ready with tower 120.5, okay? 125.
Yeah, that's nice. Scoot making its way. They will be getting one of their gates, and they'll be departing pretty soon as well. I think, let's say in the next 1 hour and 20-25 minutes.
Runway 34 left, 6 days more. 6 days more, just 76. You've got 60% left, heading 090. Just 746, about a minute, expect a right turn towards that, about 40 direct. 746. Ground velocity, 33, g'day, taxi, cross runway 25. My 34 left, minus 1. Visual approach. Yeah, next break, killing 39, set right, 120. 120, killing 39, over. 746, cancel start, heading to 80. 080, just 746. Thank you. 9 ground. Heading 163 till, give me a right turn, just crossing the coast, down. Yep. Going 39, contact correct up to 5 days, 13. Right up on 3, killing 39, okay. Just 407, descend 6,000. 6,000. Just 740, 6,000, cancel speed restriction. Cancel speed till 6,000, 740.
Hey Max, hello Max, how are you? Thank you very much for joining us all the way from Vienna. Very nice to see you, mates. Thank you. Hope you're doing well and having a great early Monday morning.
35, 26, December, done.
Hey Quaboy, no, we did not. We probably were not concentrating much like overhead, and that's the reason why. We were just looking at the whole airstrip, the airfield. But nah, not really, we haven't.
Bias into 3000, talk 7241, departing frequency 129 and 817.
The Shep 326, line up runway.
Now one way 326. December 6003 more right, expected to beneficial program. Main route, runway 34 left, AvLog 1 departure, optic transition, climb via into 5,000, 4.416 departure.
Oh yeah, may have been above the clouds, because at least as much as we can see, you know, we didn't see it, but then, you know, I would have to be quite honest that we didn't even look up as such, because yeah, we were way too concentrated just looking at everything happening out here. So yeah, that's not something we actually happened to look at. Alrighty, 17 minutes past 11. What do we have in terms of departures? Not very many. Still quite a bit, but not very many actually. But once we get all of those departures, especially All Nippon Airways, then we will be out and about. That is China Southern.
further right, heading 155, but 126.4. I'm heading 155, direct to 12, killing to 22 Delta today.
Jet 73, Sydney Tower.
Descend both direct down.
And having said that, still a bit of departure action left, at least for the morning session. Hardly about 40-42 minutes, so it won't be too long, but once that's done we should be out and about.
Jet 63, roll through vacate Bravo, threshold wind 300 degrees 7, runway 34 left, man.
Good morning everyone, good very morning. It's Monday 3rd August 2026. Happy to see you all here on our channel, watching us live from Sydney Airport.
Alpha Alpha 1, hold short, runway 3. Alpha 1, then hold short, 3 left. February Juliet. Red Oscar, give way to a 330 undertow. Behind you, another couple minutes. Bay 4, push approved, tail north.
Hey Aussie, for the ATC we have our scanner out here with us and we have just routed it through the through the mixer, and that's how we get the audio into the stream. For the top part it's pretty easy, you just got to go on the website, put in the airport code and you're done and dusted. You can put in the airport code from any of the airports all across the world as long as you have an IATA code. Yeah, you're good to go.
So that's Sierra Juliet. Juliet, red Juliet.
No worries, Aussie, no worries.
Continue approach, expected.
Hoping you're well, and thank you very much though for joining us yet again on another live stream today. Happy to see you around.
What a 36, contact director on 126, 1. I think that's 1, 5.
So 7.6, roll through vacate 3, threshold wind 300 knots, runway 34 left.
Yeah, it's gotten a bit quieter out here at the airport now. Not very many planes. But that does not mean there's no action. There's still quite a lot of action that needs to take place before we are out and about. QF59, Sydney to Tokyo Haneda. They have pushed back.
And hold short. 5. Q-Link, Delta, Sydney, ground 9, your push is approved.
Yeah, they have pushed back and we should be getting more of that action soon they will be departing. We have seen a lot of the A330s of Qantas arrive today, and we captured quite a lot of them departing as well. And now this is another one, QF59 Sydney to Tokyo Haneda. I'm not too sure if we'll be getting any more of the A330s as the day progresses, but as far as I can recollect, nothing on the top of my mind, unless I'm totally forgetting it. But having said that, for the most part, we are almost at the tail end of the stream. 5 hours and 49 minutes since we started streaming. We are waiting for all Nippon Airways to actually depart. We don't really know what else we could get. We do have Garuda Indonesia, Jetstar, and New Zealand. Not too sure how soon they could be departing, because sometimes they are quite delayed as well. So remains to be seen. Okay, QF59 hasn't started moving yet. Won't be too long before they do. We should be getting them. Let us see how that one works out.
890, I've got 380 on your left, but you can request the level 1 route, thanks. Yep, no problem, thank you.
QF7526 coming in from Hong Kong on the Airbus A330, that is Qantas Freight Australia Post. Passenger to freighter, that's how it was converted. Wasn't born a freighter. Okay, Cathay Pacific will be arriving at 12:01 a.m. 12:01 p.m. They are delayed by about 15 minutes, but I think we may be able to catch them. If it's 12:01, it's not much of a difference compared to 12 p.m. So maybe we'll capture them. In terms of departures, we'll have to see what's happening out there.
Cross runway 25, taxi only 6, runway 34 left. Cross runway 25, 34 left. Hold short of Charlie. Average gate going 204 knots. Right side, 9,000. 204 delivery.
That is QF59 for us, Sydney to Tokyo Haneda service. We just want to pan around to the other side of the airport.
Runway at the whole spot, Bravo, 402. Good day. Already the tower 120 down.
No action happening anywhere, so let us get QF59.
Hold on, shows inverse down weight down, 3 unexpected beneficial approach. Yes, 300 off to different route. 322 Delta, hold short. Shot. Oh, still box up, healing 2. Delta. 3 Delta, taxi, hold short. Moving now to Charlie and then Delta, Runway 25, Foxtrot. 55, Foxtrot, 222 Delta, I'll take you way to the table, quicker that way, you can continue through then Charlie 1, Charlie back to the Bravo, Bravo 1. Bravo. Then Charlie 1, Charlie back to the Bravo, Charlie 1, Charlie next. 29 Delta, continue now to Bay 8, to Bay 10.
938, Sydney Tower.
223 Delta, across runway 25.
Let us have a look at Cathay Pacific Cargo. Yeah, there you go, there they are.
15, QNH 1024. 163 Delta, taxi 15.
In terms of departures, Chamonix 11:25 departure, but they arrived quite late, so not too sure whether they may able to depart on time. The Jakarta service on Garuda Indonesia, they have to be departing at 11:40, but I think they will be late too.
Down to 8,034 right, independent bit approach. Charlie's gonna.
Alrighty, just wanted to let you all know, please let the chat be only about aviation and nothing else, because that may result in being blocked by Nightbot. So just letting you all know, friendly reminder please. Right, Malaysia Airlines. Let's see what best we can get for today, and you know that's how we could go for it.
Sorry, before left, expected to beneficial break.
34 left, IBA is D31.
Before 13, 4 contact through to 126 days 4. 1024, direct 61 booking 4385. Sydney ground city.
Let us capture Jetstar. Nice and close to us. Hey Hepsi, welcome back. Today's forecast 23 degree to 28 at Tokyo Bay area. It's expected to get cooler. Ooh, okay. That's good. Thank you very much for letting us know, Hapsi. Like I said, it's always great, you know, to get that cooler temperatures, especially after a hot and humid period out there in Tokyo for quite some time, right? So yeah, let's hope it's going to be nice and cool.
After a safe pick. Qantas 430 Sydney approach, 23 forward left. Expect independent visual. Descend via star to...
Having said that, Virgin Australia has just arrived from Brisbane on the Boeing 737-800. Hey, Haps. Yes. You know, it's like it's 19 degrees right now, and it feels much more colder than 16 degrees. I think it is just because of the wind. I have been wearing my gloves, but nothing's helping. Nothing at all.
33 at 900, reduced speed of 230 knots. Were you calling?
Right, Scott, I think you may end up getting a timeout because of the comments, I would say. So because, you know, Nightbot, it's reaching the limit as I see on the screen. So if you all can just pause for a while, that would really be great. That is Qantas A330-300 to Tokyo Haneda QF59. Apsi, that plane Qantas is off to Tokyo Haneda will be in Tokyo in the next 9 hours. So I do believe just about dinner time for you is when this flight will be out there in Tokyo.
Indonesia 713 ground bay 10, the push is approved. X-ray. Land Chile A10, good morning, Bay 2, route tail north.
Push back, tail north, 10.
Qantas 145, ground bay 5, pushback is approved, information X-ray.
Qantas. Yeah, all the red roos. Here's another one, the 787-9 Dreamliner. Okay, so it does seem to be that all of the departures may have their pushbacks by around 11:40, 11:45. But we are not too sure how much of them will go ahead on time. So it remains to be seen.
Shielding 204, right heading 160.
Fighting 160, killing. Airport Alpha.
This flight contact director 125.3. Shielding 04, Delta contact director 12.1.
Healing 204 Delta.
Shielding 15.3. On speed 230, descend to 7,000.
Melbourne Avalon to Sydney on Jetstar. They have arrived right now.
Jetstar 606, Sydney ground, cross runway 25, and on Charlie, give out a company disconnect point, we'll taxi to 33. Cross 25, Charlie, good way, taxi to 16, continue now, and then by Juliet Delta, hold short runway 25. Bravo. Yes, occupied, but it shouldn't be too much longer. Start 6,000.
Getting 223 Delta, runway 3, the takeoff.
take off on Genesis 227. Showing 181 Delta, okay. Speed below you, current position. Any identifiable features like color or anything?
Sydney to Wagga Wagga.
Maintain 7,000. If you set below 7, climb back up to 7. For drone up ahead.
10 and hold short Yankee.
81 Delta, turn right heading 55. Can you say the gray drone?
Hey, that's grey or black. Hey, 1 Delta, set right heading 1.
Alrighty, there you go. End of the departure session has begun. We do have China Airlines out there, HX18. They are out there, LA810 LATAM Airlines. They have pushed back. Wow, so they are all pushing back and getting ready. Hey, Hansela, hello, welcome. Good evening. How are you doing, Hansela? Thank you very much for joining us for the third day in a row out here from Sydney Airport.
6,000,
So most likely if the taxi goes well, I am guessing HX18, that is Hong Kong Airlines, will be departing prior to LATAM. Now all that remains to be seen is the departure of Xiamen Air, but with Xiamen Air we can see they are still being served, cargo doors are open, so they won't be pushing back anytime soon. Having said that, on the right, if we see Garuda Indonesia 74th anniversary livery, they have pushed back for their flight to Jakarta, GA713. So we'll be getting that. So that's 3 departures lined up for us. Sydney to Auckland on the Boeing 737 of Qantas remains to be seen where they take off from, runway 34 left or right. And that's 3 for us. I am not including Qantas Sydney to Auckland service yet. Xiamen is busy. And here I have no idea if we get anything else. If we do, I think it has to be all Nippon Airways, ANA. It's 11:41. They usually push back by 11:45. So I think they will be almost around the edge of their preparations as such, because for the most part, it should be very good. Alright, there you go. I think things are moving fast now. Hong Kong Airlines, HX18 to Hong Kong. 74th anniversary livery to Jakarta. I believe that is GA712 if I'm not mistaken. Oh, 713, okay. GA713, I stand corrected on that one. And NH890. You all know what that is. That is all Nippon Airways. You see they have pushed back 11:42, just at 11:41. We said that they would be about the tail end of their preparations for the flight. So yeah, So we do see 3 of these departures that we will be capturing. What else could we get? I think that maybe it. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. Alrighty, so that's 4. Let us count once again. That is Hong Kong Airlines HX18. There is Garuda Indonesia over here, GS712. In the background, all Nippon Airways, we can see them. They are just moving ever so slightly. That's the 3rd departure. And yeah, that's about it, I believe. So 3 departures for us. And then there is LA810. LA810 is LATAM Airlines, far out over there. And they will be off to Santiago, Chile. Hey, your buddy online. Yes, there are many planes all across and they are getting ready. Xiamen Air should have gotten ready earlier. The cargo door is closed now, so they may push back a bit too. So let us see how it works out. Hopefully everything can go well. Ooh, hello, Mickey Michelle. Hello, Mickey Michelle. Mickey Michelle says, hello, I'm on board QF7. Hopefully I can wave to you all. Is it? QF7, what time is its departure? Not too long from now, I believe. Let us see what's the time for QF7. Sometimes they happen to depart quite early as well, even before the usual, so it just depends how things work out today in terms of the ground handling and stuff like that. Yeah, actual scheduled departure is at 12, which is just about 15 minutes from now. Hoping everything's gonna go well.
UK 31 to be tower, threshold 20.7 knots, runway 3, to land.
Alright, Hepsi says, Jetstar Sapporo, cheers. Yes, indeed, cheers. Hopefully we can enjoy some of that beer inside of a Jetstar flight. Yeah.
Independent full approach. Descend via star to stuff.
Okay, QF7, which I believe is this. Yeah, still here. So, Mickey Michelle, just wanted to ask, what's your seat number? Are you seated on the left side of the plane, the right side? How's everything working out? Please let us know. And yeah, considering the fact that you're already on board, I do believe they will be getting ready for the departure pretty soon. Hopefully they finalize it and stuff so that there's no delay. The other day I happened to see there was a delay of 2.5 hours or so of QF7. But for today, seems to be okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, New Zealand, they're out there.
4 nautical miles, 5,500 feet, wind 320 degrees knots, and temp 16. Runway 25, taxi Hong Kong, runway 34.
Alrighty, I'm on the right, 25k over the wing. 25k. Ooh, yeah, cool, easy. Let's capture the departure. So, Mickey, with 25k, that means we will not able to see you as the flight taxis to runway 34, but as it is on its takeoff roll, because runway 16 is being, runway 34 is being used, we will able to spot your side of the plane. So yeah, we are here at Shep's Mound, as you already know it by now. So yeah, try having a look at us. There's hardly anyone around, and yeah, all alone for today while streaming, so it will be great. And thank you very much once again for the 299. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
You are Dragon 8 taxi, cross runway 25, 31.
Alrighty, the fire rescue engines, the same one, number 4. We saw number 4 going earlier as well.
60. Flight 160, moving on.
And number 2 following soon after. Yeah, that's very sweet and thoughtful of Mickey. And we see even Hapsy saying big thanks. Really appreciate Hapsy and Latam Airlines. And we dedicate this departure of ANA All Nippon Airways to one and only Hapsy.
Descend is 6,000. 10-121 delivery. Expect independent visual approach. Descend to start.
Hey, your buddy online, I'm not too sure. Maybe just this side to that side, they're being positioned and stuff. You know, sometimes they just get positioned for a while and then they're back into their base. Something that way I literally have no idea. But for the most part, everything seems to be okay. So nothing to worry. Yeah, let's see. All right, Mickey says, I will wave my phone light as we take off. Hopefully you see it. Yep, let us give it a good go, considering the fact that it is not really sunny. It's more of an overcast day. We might end up seeing that. We might end up seeing the light. So yeah, let us go for it. QF7, Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth. And Mickey says hi to Mum, Karen, Paul. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are excited to see your departure from here on our channel. And thank you very much, Mickey, yet again. Thank you. Really appreciate all your generous contributions.
Heavy, we're ready.
018, runway 34 left, clear to take. All Nippon 8,
yeah. Thank you. Very thoughtful of Mickey, and really appreciate it. That is All Nippon Airways, inspiration of Japan. Yeah, correct, your buddy. That is true, because there's no fire, nothing at all, and seems to be okay. I really have no idea. You know, like I said, sometimes there's so many of technical things that we do not know at all what's happening. Well, apart from the metal birds, we have this natural birds, the bin chicken. Oh, where did they go? I think they crossed the fence on the other side. Anyway, having said that, what else do we have in terms of departures, in terms of heavy departures? Not very many. Hong Kong Airlines HX18. That was a lovely departure. 9-year-old aircraft, December of 2016. 9 years and 8 months old, I would say right now. Yep. Hey Daniel, hello, good morning, good very morning. Hoping you're having a great start to Monday. Your buddy online says ANA, inspiration of Japan, but Qantas has the same, but Australia. Yeah, Qantas has it as Spirit of Australia, and ANA has it as inspiration. Yeah, that's their tagline. But both airlines, they are wonderful, iconic airlines. Each has a history of their own, glorious history, the glorious past, and they both do quite well, each in their own right. And it's great to see ANA flying out here in Sydney, and likewise, we see Qantas flying to Tokyo Haneda with their Airbus A330s. Of course, quite a lot of people have said that they would not prefer to travel on an A330 just because it's aging enough. But having said that, Qantas has maintained its A330s quite well. You have to give it up to them. But it won't be for too long, because as Qantas gets more of its A350s, not the ULRs. The ULRs, like I said, would only be for the Sydney to London and Sydney to New York services, but the regular A350s are something that they will be using, and at the same time even the 787s as they come in, all of those aircraft will be used for some really lovely stuff happening. Right, are we getting any more pushbacks for departures? Doesn't seem like. Yeah, sure, your buddy, sure. Let one of the Qantas aircraft just pass by in front of us, and we'll show you the Spirit of Australia. Yeah, it's quite iconic actually, quite iconic, and I think people just have gotten so used to the tagline for Qantas, Spirit of Australia. And likewise, if I see an ANA plane, regardless of whether it's the 787-9 that we just saw, or maybe even the Boeing 737s that we see so many of them in Japan out there, if I saw any of the ANAs which didn't say inspiration of Japan, I would feel that something's missing on the aircraft fuselage. But to see that, you feel like, oh, okay, fine, now it's complete.
810 line, runway 34 left, head west.
And New Zealand should be pushing back anytime, so we should be getting them.
1281 on Lima, cross runway 34 left. The only point Alpha 6, runway 34 left.
Anytime soon with Air New Zealand.
Good morning,
Roger that, Hapsy. All Nippon checking list. Yes. Alrighty, it's about time that on our next live stream we should be getting up the excitement and putting some Sakuras on our thumbnail. I like the kid planes, Rex, Pelican, nice, small and cute. Your buddy says Qantas landing, might get it. Oh yeah, for the landing we'll get it, because we are waiting for a couple of more departures as such, and then we do have our lovely viewer Mickey, who is on QF7, that is Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth. Let me pan around and show it to you all. That's the one. So once they depart, that is when we will be out the door. All right, LA810, the Boeing 787-9 of LATAM Airlines to Santiago, Chile. Ooh, nice. Very, very nice. That is LATAM Airlines to Santiago, Chile. Alright, we have a comment from Jazeel. Hey Jazeel, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well and thanks for joining us. We hope you enjoy this stream out here from Sydney. And Jazeel says, greetings from Goa. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really appreciate your greetings. Hoping everything's well with you, Jazeel. And I hope we can keep you entertained with all of our lovely planes that we have here. What's your favorite plane, Jazeel? Comment and let us know. Fiji Airways FJ911 is on final, just about to touch down on runway 34. And what do we see there? Air China. They are pushing back. What were they all doing all this while? They were just resting and now all of them are pushing back together. But having said that, no complaints whatsoever. We are happy to get them all on our channel. China Airlines to Taipei. They have started their taxi, as you can see. Your buddy says Jetstar all day, every day, low fares. Yes, that is what they say on all of the planes, right? Okay, let us capture Fiji Airways. Nice. So today, they have landed on runway 34 left. Yesterday, we were at the beach and they landed on runway 34 right. And we just couldn't get a good view of them. Had they to land on runway 34 right today, we would have gotten an even much more closer look at them, considering the fact that the taxiway is so much closer to us here at Shep's Mound. But no complaints whatsoever. We still get a pretty good view from here. Your buddy online says, we'll see the Spirit of Australia. Yes, I do want to show you the Spirit of Australia. But where is the Spirit of Australia? Are there any just even going to be passing by in front of us? Yeah, I don't really see any. But I'm pretty sure we are going to be getting one big Spirit of Australia, and that is QF7 Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth service, which should be pushing back pretty soon, I would say. They are still not squawking on flight radar, but they should be, considering the fact that our lovely viewer Mickey has already been seated right up there. All Nippon Airways, the love of our life. There you go.
On Charlie, cross runway 25 on short.
That is All Nippon Airways NH890 from Sydney's International Airport Terminal 1 to Tokyo Haneda International Airport Terminal 3. Just wanted to check the age of the aircraft of All Nippon Airways. Let us see how old it is. JA883A. Age of the aircraft 9 years old, August of 2016. So in fact it's going to be 10 on the exact day it was handed over. Yes indeed, your buddy. Inspiration of Japan. Yes, Hepsi, we did capture ANA taking off for you, and that was a wonderful takeoff. Very nice. Alright, Qantas. Okay, look at this, and here we are. We see it, Spirit of Australia. Here you go, your buddy. We can see it clearly, nice and clear. Spirit of Australia, Qantas. Hey, you know, your buddy Mickey is on QF7, which is the A380, the A380 service. I will just pan around and show it to you. So the A380 is out there. They will be pushing back anytime soon. I don't really see them squawking yet, so it may take a while, but let us see how it works out. Hey, hello. Suddenly, all of this taxi action has started picking up. In between, it felt like there was nothing happening. But I'm glad to see the action picking up yet again. And welcome to all who have joined us on this stream today, either from early morning or even just now. No problem. We really appreciate each and every one of your presence out here. Alright, Hepsi says IKEA warehouses are also open. That is IKEA, yeah, pretty much. And I've never been to that IKEA though. I've been to another IKEA, but not this one. Hopefully we can go to this one, but I do believe it's going to be quite a bit for me to come over here to IKEA, because there's IKEA much more closer to where I live. And this is Air New Zealand, the Boeing 777. Wow, a lot of it. So that does mean that All Nippon Airways departed on time, and a lot of these aircraft were late. Air New Zealand should have been pushed back at about 11:45 in the morning, just about 22 minutes late. They should be covering that time anyway, whilst in flight, and arriving New Zealand on time, Auckland to be more precise. Registered as ZKOKN. Age of the aircraft 15 years old. Wow. February of 2011. that's 15.5 years old. Very nice, very well maintained.
Yes, that's 872.
You see DHL right at one edge of the airport out there. They will be making their way, I believe, all the way to runway 34, right? I have no idea. Remains to be seen. Yeah, but the online says, yeah, we'll see that Cathay Pacific, they should be just around the corner. Even they were delayed, but then, you know, it's 12:09 and they are like even much more delayed, but that's okay. At least we get to see them. And yeah, they have already touched down. We'll just leave our camera as such. We won't be panning around because we will be getting them pretty soon out here. And there you are. Very nice. Seems to be there's action picking up from all sides. Taxiing action, the heavy action. Sydney to Adelaide service on the Boeing 737-800. They will be around the corner soon, just beginning their takeoff roll. Very nice. They took off quite early. I mean, rotated quite early. Anyway, we'll go back to DHL. So they are on that side. So I do believe they will be using runway 34 left. So we should be getting them departing too. Yeah. I'm actually stretching at this very moment because it seems to be I have become a human cube, just like how you have an ice cube in your fridge. I'm become a human cube. I have frozen because of the cold wind out here in Sydney. Thank you very much, your buddy. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the like. It helps quite a lot. It's a motivation for us. Like I always keep mentioning it on each and every live stream. So thank you very, 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 very much. And in return, yes, we hope we can bring you live streams, not only from here in Sydney, but from other places across the world.
Target approach 34 left.
Ooh, look at what we see there. That is it. QF7 has pushed back. Yeah. Hey, yeah, buddy online. Yes, DHL. DHL is in a hurry because some customers cannot wait for their goods, so they are in a hurry to get the goods out. And then New Zealand right behind them. And New Zealand Sydney to Auckland service on the Boeing 777-300ER. It's nice to see Boeing 777-300ERs, considering the fact that in the last few years we have seen most of the 777s being replaced by A350s. So I'm happy to see whatever I can. This is not to say that that it's the end of the 777. The 777-300 is not in production anymore, but that does mean that we are going to be getting the new 777-9s in the next few years. Emirates already has ordered them. They will be one of the first customers to receive. Lufthansa will be another one. Cannot forget Singapore Airlines. They have ordered it. Hopefully Singapore Airlines, and I do believe Singapore Airlines will be getting their 777-9s out here in the future. It remains to be seen when they end up getting it, because it's at the last stage of certification. The certification should be coming in next year, early next year. Alright, Mickey's plane QF7, it's out there. They have just pushed back.
Short Bravo 0. Kingsford Delta, hold short 25. Jetstar Ford, Sun 1-8 southbound, just passing shortly. Give way to them. Expected through 57.
Give way to the passing 57 through.
Giving 434 Delta, take
Going across 438.
Planespotting ground, taxi, cross runway, taxi to the
One of the bags, comment, copy.
Shooting 4 Delta, cross runway, hold short 0.
Cross the 5, I'll stop on the yellow.
Very, very nice. And Xiamen here is already pushed back. Wow. They are a bit late, but not too late, I would say. A half an hour difference. Usually half an hour difference on that flight to Xiamen can be covered up right away.
Departure canal transition. Climb by 3000. Score 4256. Departures 129.7. Left, dispatch. Connect.
That is DHL.
Taxi by Yankee, hold short of runway 2.
Taxi via Yankee, runway 25, coming out 802.
Bravo. 10 taxi, hold short runway 25.
QF7. They'll be getting on their way pretty soon.
So 112 ground hold, correction, taxi box, and hold short runway 25.
Bravo. We'll be attached from the intersection.
Vietnam Airlines coming in from Hanoi on their A350-900. They will be touching down shortly.
Shep 02 and Yankee, way 25, taxi Juliet, hold short.
Taxi via Yankee, runway 25, Hotel Alpha, coming out 802.
So the plane is at Bundaberg.
Vietnam 7, 126.05.
5 Vietnam 7. Runway now 177, 216.05, Alpha
787, sitting ground on Alpha, runway 25, left turn, Golf, 59.
Alpha, cross runway 25, Golf, and parking 59, Vietnam 7. Alpha.
That is Vietnam Airlines A350 that has just arrived from Hanoi. And we have Xiamen Air that has just begun its taxi to runway 34. We'll still need some more time for them.
360, hold short.
Air New Zealand NZ 104 Sydney to Auckland on their Boeing 777-300ER has begun its takeoff roll, and here you are. Wow, they are rotating quite early. That means they won't be as heavy as we would have thought so. Indeed, yes, we see quite a lot of those Jetsstars all across. And what a wonderful day it will be. Sorry, what a wonderful way it will be to end the stream with this. Look at this. So we have Xiamen Air that will be departing to Xiamen on their 787-9 Dreamliner, and then the good old mighty Qantas, on which is our lovely viewer Mickey. Of course, Mickey is on the right side of the plane, so when they are on the takeoff roll is when we'll see the right side of the plane that faces us here at Shep's Mound. Happy journey, safe journey, Mickey. Hope you get some great rest, and I'm pretty sure you're going to arrive even before you departed because of the time difference between Sydney and Dallas-Fort Worth. That's very thoughtful of you, your buddy. Your buddy wishes Mickey a safe travels. That's very nice. And wishing Mickey, yes, like we say, wishing Mickey on behalf of all of us watching a very safe travel. Is already being pulled for their flight as Virgin Australia 1 to Doha. Still quite a bit of time before they depart. It's only 12:26. They will depart a little after 3 or just before 3 sort of thing. So they have plenty of time. But at this very stage, most of the international aircraft have departed and finished off with their morning peak departure session. So those gates will not be in use, so it's not that they are blocking the gates. Should be totally fine with them.
Left 230, short 34 left 346.
Get that shade inbound to 17 Bravo, Foxtrot. Give way to them, push back 53.
Team delivery, very good afternoon to you. Cleared Cairns via Stewie, that's flight plan route, runway 34 left. Stewie 1 departure, climb by zip 5000, squawk 1267, departures 129.7.
Alrighty, we are getting Tianjin Airlines that's coming in from Chongqing. Wow. Not very often do we see that, and I don't remember when was the last time I happened to see it. Yeah, so let's get going with this one. Chongqing service. They have just touched down. We will pan around to show it to all of you.
676, target acquisition approach 34 left, reduce. Musty. Lima cross from 34 left, and on the 6 from 34 left. 126, decimal 5.
After a 10-hour, 2-minute flight from Chongqing, here you are, Tianjin Airlines. That's the A330-200. Your buddy says I'm using flight radar 24. I found Mickey's flight. Yeah, it's just the one that we saw. You know, that's gone to runway 34. It will be the next in queue after MF 802 Chamonix. Chamonix has already begun its takeoff roll, so we will see them after Chamonix is Mickey's flight. So let's see if we can see the light from Mickey's phone.
Contact departures, good day. In your plan you had lease, and our understanding is that you follow the Tonto 1 departure and then the lease transition. So, and again, you'll probably see the same thing as us, you bypass
nice.
So you just go
super nice.
Tonto and then follow the lease transition.
That is Chamonix MF 802. Delayed a bit, but still all good. That is Tianjin. They've just arrived from Chongqing. Livery to Sydney, coming in on Rex's Saab 340B Plus. They'll be arriving first before the departure of QF7 Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth service.
Hold short call.
Quanta 7 liner, 4 left. 607, taxi with Bravo.
Chester 607 taxi, give me 321 southbound on Charlie and hold.
Raven Company, hold 25, 567.
Chester 517, you'll be number 1 to company domestic 2 and hold short will be 25.
What's wrong with this
4 Delta ground bay 18, push back.
Hey, your buddy, Sydney has more than 400 planes a day in terms of takeoff and departures. If you actually count it, you usually average somewhere around 800 on a low count day, but usually anywhere between 850 to 900 on any given day, on any other day as such. So yeah, I do believe when you say 400, you're talking about each plane, each separate individual plane. So you may count the departure and the arrival as a single plane, right? So in that case, yes, what you're saying is absolutely right. In terms of aircraft movements, yes, then you would end up with somewhere between 800 and 900 on any other day. Alrighty, let us all put our hands together for Mickey. Let us wish Mickey a very happy and safe flight on QF7. QF7 has begun its takeoff roll. Let us see if we can spot the light of Mickey from their seat, 25K. Yep, they have begun the takeoff roll. We can hear the engines pulling up. Hey, Ryu Kapinter, United landed out here in the morning from San Francisco and Los Angeles, and they departed too. Do we see the light? Okay, I'm not too sure we would be able to see it, right? Yeah, I'll have to go back home and see the replay, but happy journey, Mickey. I'm pretty sure you're going to be very well pampered on Qantas with food, with the comfort, with the service. Nothing will be left to desire, because that is Qantas. They'll take very good care of you. You are in safe hands. Take care of yourself, Mickey. Hope to see you around when you arrive here in Sydney. But yeah, have a great time. Pretty sure your family is going to miss you. But yeah, that is how it is. They are happy to see you depart over here on our channel. And thank you, Mickey, once again for your generous contributions. Really appreciate it. It's been nice knowing you. Thank you so very, 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 very much. I think we might as well just skip Mickey's flight a bit more on our channel for a while. But yeah, having said that, thanks to all of you who joined us today on the live stream. I really appreciate each and every one of you coming here, supporting us, having a great time with us, and sharing everything, your stories, your adventures, and everything else. In fact, thanks to Mickey, thanks to Hapsy. Thank you, Hapsy, for using our Vegemite emojis. For all of you members who love chatting with us, please use the Vegemite emoji. Or maybe if you don't want to use Vegemite, you can use Tim Tam. Or if not Tim Tam, you can use Milo. There's quite a lot of food to use on our channel out here. But having said that, thank you very much, Hapsy. Thank you, Miss Aussie Thunder. Really, really, really appreciate it. And what a way to end this stream today. 7 hours. And we ended with a lovely view of Mickey on that flight. They've already turned right. Ha ha ha. Super wonderful. Hey Mick, good morning, good afternoon Mick. Mick, we are almost done with the live stream for today. That is our last aircraft, QF7, that we just captured. And thank you very much to all, really appreciate it. Mickey's plane is at Mossman already. Yes, indeed. Let us see for how long we can still get it on camera. And all good, Mick, not a problem. Good afternoon. We have been streaming from a little before 6. We captured one of the shoulder arrivals, that is British Airways, that came in from London Heathrow via Singapore, BA15. And then at 6 a.m. we started off with all the arrivals and then departures and stuff like that. And yeah, right now 12:37, little over 7 hours since we started streaming, and we had our lovely viewer Mickey, who is traveling on that flight to Dallas Fort Worth. Pretty long flight, I would say. Hey Eduardo, hello, good evening to you from New Jersey, Carteret, New Jersey. Thank you Eduardo for joining us. However, the stream is almost ending at this hour, 12:38. We were streaming for 7 hours. And oh, where's the plane? That is QF7. We still have QF7 with us. QF7 on its way to Dallas Fort Worth.
125, maintain, got a 125-3. Coordinator 127-06, I get you moving. Good flight.
Alrighty, now it is pretty tiny, so I think we should be ending it. Oh, still stay. Not too sure. Yes, having said that, it's now a tiny speck on the center of the screen, as you all can see. So we will end it with that. Thank you very much, Mickey. Thanks to each and every one of you for joining us today on this live stream. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Ruby. Thank you. And thank you, Eduardo. Please join us. We will be coming pretty soon with another live stream. Yeah, tomorrow, day after, we will be very busy. Never know if we'll be doing anything on a Thursday, but only time will tell. Having said that, thanks to each and every one of you yet again. Have a wonderful day, wonderful Monday, great start to the week, and hoping to see you all pretty soon. Thank you. See you.
I was swinging along, minding my business, when suddenly out of the blue, just like a present from heaven, beautiful, wonderful you. The clouds disappeared and the birds started singing a beautifully wonderful tune. For no other song could be worthy of beautiful, wonderful you. Now who could have thought this could happen? Who would have ever believed? Could it be true that someone like you could fall for somebody like me? I'll swing along, happy as ever, no longer lonely or blue, for I have been kissed by an angel, beautiful, wonderful you. Now who could have thought this could happen? Who would have ever believed? Could it be true that someone like you could fall for somebody like me? Now I'll swing along, happy as ever, no longer lonely or blue, for I have been kissed by an angel, beautiful, wonderful, marvelous, lovable, beautiful, wonderful you. I was swinging along, minding my business, when suddenly out of the blue, just like a present from heaven, beautiful, wonderful you, the clouds disappeared and the birds started singing a beautifully wonderful tune. For no other song could be worthy of beautiful, wonderful you. Now who could have thought this could happen? Who would have ever believed? Could it be true that someone like you could fall for somebody like me? I'll swing along, happy as ever, no longer lonely or blue, for I have been kissed by an angel, beautiful, wonderful you. Now who could have thought this could happen? Who would have ever believed? Could it be true that someone like you could fall for somebody like me? Now I'll swing along, happy as ever, no longer lonely or blue, for I have been kissed by an angel, beautiful, wonderful, marvelous, lovable, beautiful, wonderful you. I was swinging along, minding my business, when suddenly out of the blue, just like a present from heaven, beautiful, wonderful you, the clouds disappeared and the birds started singing a beautifully wonderful tune. For no other song could be worthy of beautiful, wonderful you. Now who could have thought this could happen? Who would have ever believed. Could it be true that someone like you could fall for somebody like me? I'll swing along, happy as ever, no longer lonely or blue, for I have been kissed by an angel, beautiful, wonderful you.
Alrighty, so it doesn't look like we can end the stream because we see the 747 out there. So yeah, we are feeling a bit sad to move without the 747. We did capture them arriving, and let us see when they start moving. Maybe we'll just get the departure out of Sydney. You know how much we love the 747s and any of those heavies as such. So maybe let's just get the 747. So stream extended for a few more minutes. No more extensions after the 747, no matter what happens, even if Scoot's TR11 they push back, unless they push back before the departure of Cathay Pacific Cargo. Cargo is on the way to Melbourne. But then they don't even seem to be moving. If they don't move, we might as well make a move.
Delta, contact ground 126. 6034 run. Go 2 cross Berlotto Alpha to Bay 10 behind the Alpha. Delta ground, taxi hold behind the 327. Taxi hold behind.
Wow, I love all those emojis used by Hepsi, Vegemite, Fiery Hot, Tim Tam, Milo, Tempura, and then the host's picture. Ooh. Right now we are confused. We are confused whether we should make a move or what exactly, because Boeing 747, alrighty, it does seem to be moving now. Yeah, okay, cool. Let us then wait for a few more minutes for the departure of the 747. I'm guessing they are pretty light regardless, and they will be rotating quite early, but we still need to get a good look at the 747.
6174, good ASR heading at left 230, line up 4 left 10 right. So I'm heading left 230, white 1A, 34 left. Bravo 10, then hold short run 5. 128 Delta, expedite taxi. King. Expedite taxi.
King and Queen of the skies. King being the A380, Queen being the 747. Hey RC, good afternoon, happy Monday. Yes RC, another spotting stream. We had ended the stream, but then we just thought that since we see the 747 of Cathay Pacific out here, we might as well just capture it in action as they depart to Melbourne. So yeah, we'll be waiting for them.
623 Delta, short of golf. Corner 445 ground, give way to a dash bound behind you. There's a 321 behind you right now. They push approved. Corner 649, give way to the dash at front, hold short of golf.
Alright, this seems to be they're taxiing pretty fast for a 747.
Runway 34.
And we won't complain.
One departure, cut-off transition. Climb by 3000, score 4245, departures 129.7. 5 taxi, only 1 Alpha 6, run 4 left. Getting back 23 days, thanks. Cathay 31, cross runway 25, taxi only 1 Alpha 6, 34 left. Cross runway 1 Alpha 6, 4 left, Cathay, 3128.
Right, Hap says it's clearing up.
Hold short, Bravo 4.
Yes, yes, yes indeed. Finally have sunlight.
Climb by 3000, score 7176. Departures 129.7. Skytrans 121, thanks. Helicopter Delta Foxtrot November delivery today. Delta Foxtrot November, cleared Harbour Bridge 5, outbound squawk 0532, departures 123.0. Cathay 3128, leave the tower 120.5. Already on 120.5, Cathay 3128. Corner 649, cross runway 25, Bravo 10. Hold short, Bravo 10, 649. C48, give way to the dash, taxi to 35. Center dash, taxi 35, velocity 488. Velocity 1419, give way to outbound company traffic, 32, push approved, traffic also pushing from 38. Give way to outbound traffic, push approved, company traffic off 38, velocity 1419. Velocity 943 ground, give way to company outbound, bay 38, push approved, traffic also pushing from 32. Copy, traffic can clear to push velocity 943 left. On 443, taxi Bravo and hold short, Bravo 8.
Taxi Bravo, hold short Bravo 8, corner 443.
And that is it. But we will still wait for them to come back as they depart. It will be a nice takeoff roll. Meanwhile, we'll just test a bit of the zoom because I think we changed the zoom settings when we said we were out and about. But yeah.
Receive Charlie, request taxi. Course 445, taxi and hold short Bravo 4. The hold short Bravo 4, course 445. Morning, Scotty 11, standing by. Continue holding.
Yes, Haps, the A380 love. Thank you. We do have another Qantas A380 that's just been pulled out to the gate over there. I'll show it to you. There you go, A380. So 2 A380s. This A380 will depart somewhere around 3 o'clock. This A380 Singapore Airlines will depart as SQ222 at 2:50 p.m. Having said that, JQ951 from Cairns to Sydney service, a domestic service on the A321 has just arrived on Jetstar, and I do believe after Jetstar vacates the runway, then we will be having the departure of Cathay Pacific. Ooh, Scoot. Yeah, sadly we cannot wait for Scoot because we are already delayed by an hour. Wow.
943, taxi, runway 25. Okay, Papa, 943. Thank you, engine 51 today, 52. 951, City ground crash, runway 25, Bay 52. 55, thank you, 52, just 951.
So that's the road I will take to go home. And that is usually when I come to the airport, that is the road that I see all the planes from, and I know what to expect at the remote stands. Having said that, CX3128 Sydney to Melbourne of Cathay Cargo, Boeing 747-8 registered as B-LJB, 14 years old aircraft, November of 2011 is when it was delivered new to Cathay Pacific. Of course, there's a small departure, and once that's done, we should be good to go. Alright, we'll just give Scoot the time it deserves on the screen, though we aren't capturing its takeoff for today because we are already late. We will be giving them the screen time. Sydney to Perth, not too sure if they will be going before the 747. Yes, indeed, they are going. Oh, okay, so they just crossed the active runway. Yeah, that is what we heard on the ADC. So good to go, good to go. Sydney to Melbourne on Cathay Pacific Cargo. Alrighty, it has begun its takeoff roll. Let us get ready. Bound for Santiago, made an emergency landing in Melbourne. Ooh, what happened there? Hey, your buddy, thank you very much for welcoming us back. We are just waiting for the departure of Cathay Pacific. We waited quite some time, so we just thought we'll spend a bit more and capture the departure. We are already panned around, and hopefully we don't get photo bombed by that Virgin Australia 737 that's coming in. Wow, so shiny. Yeah, hoping everything's well with the Santiago service HAPSI. Not too sure what really happened there. Hoping nothing too serious.
Taxi in via Alpha, hold short of runway.
Yes, indeed, Miss Aussie Thunder. Indeed. I'm glad we waited for the departure of Cathay Pacific. Really, what a pleasant surprise for us to get that one. But yeah, having said that, we will not be capturing Scoot because, like I said, you know, we wanted to be out and about at 12. It is 1:07 right now. But it always happens with us, right? We always promise, we say we are going to be out and about after a certain departure or maybe a certain arrival, and then we end up staying, and then there's one and another one and another one and yet another one, and then we just get stuck. But yeah, having said that, I do believe this is the last departure, and yeah, it has to be, else I may stay here until tomorrow, and then my boss is going to be in search of me at work. But yeah, having said that, thank you very much, Miss Aussie Thunder, Hapsy, your buddy online, and thank you to each and every one of you for joining us yet again to capture the 747-8 of Cathay Pacific Cargo. It will be in Melbourne in about, let's say, 1 hour's time from now. Thank you very much all. This is the end of the stream. We already played our music, so there's nothing more to play. But what in the earth is happening there? Malaysia Airlines pushing back now. Come on. I have no idea what to say. But anyway, thank you very much everyone. This is Sydney Airport. Take care of yourselves and stay safe.